CNET ready? Staff?
Yep.
Council? Okay, we're gonna go. Call to order the public hearing for ordinance O-23-04. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, do we have any public comments? We didn't have anyone sign in, right? Do we have anybody online? Okay.
You may want to mention, Mr. Chair, that this is regarding ordinance O-2304 pertaining to the Center Region Rental Housing and Building Safety Code.
Yes. Thank you, Manager. Okay, no public comments. We hereby adjourn the public hearing. All right, so we're going to move on. I'll call to order this regular College Township Council meeting. All right, first order of business is council reorganization. As we know, Carla Stilson did resign her post as chair, so that leaves that open. So we'll entertain a motion for chair. Any nominees, nominations?
For the chair?
Yeah,
Well, I nominate Dustin.
okay,
I'll second.
okay. Any other nominations? We have one on the floor.
Move to close the nominations.
All right. Close nominations. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. All right, now that we have a chair, we'll go on to vice chair. All right, I'll open nominations for vice chair.
That was you, right?
You or me?
I nominate Rich.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right. Any other nominations? Okay, we move to close.
Move to close.
All right, we'll close nominations. For vice chair, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right, no opposed. We have chair and vice chair. Okay. COG committee assignments. Let's go over the list and just make sure we have it right. So at the beginning of the packet has the current assignments, and what's going to happen is, as chair, I'll assume the COG executive committee. So if you look at the chair at the top, these would be the open ones that Carla had, and then the COG Climate Action Sustainability Committee, I believe that is Anthony, are you taking that out? Yeah, so Anthony's gonna take that. So Anthony Fregola, a new previous face now, as was just appointed. So he has been sworn in. Okay, and then the one assignment that I had, the CT Industrial Development Authority, is gonna move to Susan, right? And then everything else remains the same. Okay? All right, we're good with that? All right. Any further discussion on council reorg? Questions, concerns? All right, let's move on. Public open discussion. This is for any items not on the agenda. Please limit it to 5 minutes. So if you're online, raise your hand. If you're in the room, please just go ahead and come up to the podium. Is there any public open discussion? All right, none. All right, new agenda items. Council, does anyone wish to add a new agenda item? All right, hearing none. We'll go to plans. P1, University Area Joint Authority Land Development Plan. All right, Lindsay, head it out.
Thank you. So tonight I'm going to present to you an overview of the UAJA Biosolids Upgrade Plan with staff's recommendation. And any specific questions that I won't be able to answer, we have representatives here from UAJA and RER2. Tax parcel 19-002-008E is located at 1576 Spring Valley Road in both College and Benner Townships. The zoning designation in College Township is agriculture. The Spring Creek Pollution Control Facility is owned and operated by UAJA. In 2020, the UAJA began a feasibility study which determined a change in processing. So UAJA will no longer be composting wastewater sludge into wood chips and selling them back to the community. Rather, the new process and reason for this land development plan is to replace the composting process with an anaerobic digestion and sludge drying to reduce long-term operational costs and now generate new revenue through the production of and sale of renewable natural gas. The treatment facility will also have the capability of receiving and processing imported sludge from other regional wastewater facilities in the region. This project is not intended to serve new development, but is sized and designed for additional growth within the sewer service area and the regional growth boundary. This project met the requirements of a minor land development plan, but staff has the opportunity to make that a preliminary final plan if the community, if there's some potential community impact. So that's why we're here tonight. The Planning Commission reviewed this plan on June 27th and provided the following feedback. Risks of toxins going into the well in the water system. RTU responded to that there are containment practices in place for spillage. Truck traffic was also discussed. At the Planning Commission meeting, I believe we had 3 residents there who all lived fairly close and got a letter indicating that the meeting would be held that night, so they showed up. We discussed truck traffic, and RTU indicated that all of the truck traffic will be between 8 o'clock and 4 o'clock Monday through Friday, and approximately 4 to 6 new trucks per day will be the new average. And also odor was considered, and it was noted that all waste receiving processes will be enclosed in an odor-controlled building. So getting to here, the gray area on the map shows the plan and the area that is in the wellhead protection area that the township has. If you can switch to the next slide, there will be 2 buildings and part of one building demolished, and then the construction of the 2 newer buildings here. All comments have been minimal throughout the process, and staff feels that the plan is in good shape to move forward. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of this plan at their last meeting, and the remaining comments are the typical ones that we have usually at the end of the plan process. So with that, I will turn it back over to you.
Do we have any members of the public here tonight?
No, everyone we have is representing either UAJA or RTU.
Okay. All right. All right, we'll move on to council. Start out with Rich. Questions?
No questions at this time.
Through as a minor plan?
Yes.
Why would somebody want to go through the trouble of a land development plan if they could do a minor plan?
Well, we requested that they come through.
Oh,
as a-
we requested?
We requested,
Okay,
yes.
all right. That makes more sense.
They had initially asked the question, and we actually debated back and forth, and we decided that it probably could have go either way, but we thought the best route would be as a land development plan.
Okay, so
that was what the township instructed.
Okay, then just 2 other questions. The road serving UHA, it's Township Road?
Spinner.
It's better.
Township local road?
It's-
Or is it a private driveway?
yeah.
So it's a private
The
road.
one the
in
trucks will be
Benton
coming in
Township.
and out of? Private driveway?
It's a
Yes.
It's a private
road, yes.
road within Benner Township,
Okay, so it's not our road.
correct?
Okay, so if there's issues with the road with the heavy truck traffic, that's Benner's issue?
Or the private owners of the road.
Right, it's not a College
ours.
Township.
It's not a College Township issue.
Okay. It may not be an issue anyways, because maybe they're no heavier than what's going in and out of there now, I don't know. And I gotta ask this, having gone through the issue where we had to deal with the odor, because we outgrew the capacity, is that something that could happen here down the road? It's not anything to do with the land development plan, it's just a curiosity question somebody might ask. I totally understand why we went through what we did with that part, and it all makes sense to me. I'm just posing the question because we're here with the land development plan, fresh on the heels of what we went through.
Yeah, Michelle Ackerman with RTU Associates. All the facilities will be connected to the existing odor control system that was
just recently rebuilt and expanded. In fact, the building footprint that we're going to be odor controlling essentially will be significantly less than what was there previously. So in fact, the odor control system that's going to be there now may in fact be slightly oversized for what we will have.
Okay, so it was built up enough to accommodate this?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
down the road?
Yeah, even if there's additional expansion of those buildings for some reason down the road, the odor control system that's there now will be able to handle that.
That's great news, but a question that had to be asked.
Sure, understood.
That's all I had.
That's the whole reason why we wanted it to go the land development route, so that question would be asked and answered.
Okay, Susan?
No questions. Eric asked my question.
Okay, Anthony?
None.
All right, I have none. All right, we have a suggested, anyone wants to go for it?
I recommend council, or I move to approve the preliminary final land development plan for University Area Joint Authority Biosolids Upgrade Project dated May 19th, 2023, and last revised June 16th, 2023, subject to the following 7 conditions. Within 90 days from the date of approval by council, all conditions must be satisfied, final signatures must be obtained, and the plan must be recorded with the Center County Recorder of Deeds Office. Failure to meet the 90-day recordation time requirement will render the plan null and void. 2, pay all outstanding review fees. 3, address to the satisfaction of the township engineer any outstanding plan review comments from staff. 4, fully comply with College Township Code Section 180-12. 5, provide proof of NFDES ENS approval. 6, provide proof of all necessary permits and approval thereof. And lastly, all conditions must be accepted in writing within 7 days from the date of the conditional approval letter from the township engineer.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right, no opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reports. Manager, please.
Okay, a couple of items here to brief council on and the public on. With respect to the Dale Summit Small Area Plan, as you are aware, the charrette was successfully completed. That has now gone back into DPZ's hands, and they're in the process of massaging the information that they've received and working their way toward delivering us an actual ordinance to begin to evaluate. The other thing that I'll mention is, as part of the manager's update, there's a series of weekly updates concerning DPZ's activities. I think there's 4 in here that corresponds to the number of weeks that we've last seen each other. So you can follow along what has been taking place during this hiatus. The other item with respect to the Dale Summit Area Plan, it's really with respect to the area. College Township Planning Commission is reconsidering the modified council recommendation, the remand for rezoning of the PRBD zoning district in that Dale Summit area. So that is ongoing. They've had it a couple of times. I think they're going to be talking about it again and hope to be able to bring that back shortly, sometime in early August. As far as solar power purchasing agreement, I have no additional updates to offer. I did want to talk a little bit about the Center Hills Village LTAC construction project. There was a pre-construction meeting that was held early this month, and Dawn, correct me if I'm wrong, but construction is going to begin the week of the 31st? Beginning of August.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, so, okay. So, and there's already been some on-site meetings with the contractor.
Yes.
Okay, so that is on its way. Maybe I'll kick the Path to Campus update to the assistant manager, since he's been primarily involved in that, and he has a topic on tonight's agenda related to that. So-
Yeah, the memo at the end of the agenda will kind of walk through it, but we are working with Delta Development and State College Borough on a submission, actually a couple submissions for grants at this point. One, a $1.5 million transportation alternative set-aside grant, and then the second, kind of corresponding, will be another shot at a $1 million Commonwealth Financing Authority multimodal fund grant, with the hopes that, you know, we're successful with both of those and can move forward. We did get a revised project estimate on this, since ours was a little dated at this point, and unfortunately it has grown. You're looking at roughly a $3.3 million project.
And that concludes, the only other item I wanted to mention is another insert in the manager's update. There's a nice project summary report with respect to Whitehall Road Regional Park that's included in your packet. That's everything.
Questions for the manager?
The only question I have is whether the work, the LTAC project work has been communicated to the NTCC. Are they aware of the timeline?
I'm not sure. I think we still have some time that we can do that, if it's not been done already. But I
Yeah,
think
and actually, I sort of misspoke. Next week, we're having a kickoff meeting, but the actual work won't start until the following week at the earliest.
Okay.
But we'll be pushing it out on all our social media, and I'll get a hold of the former chairman of the
Right.
neighborhood committee and say, this is when we're looking to start.
Super.
Yeah, so, yeah, they'll receive plenty of
Great.
notice.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Rich?
Just on the Whitehall Road project update, if you saw the agenda for the general forum that came out today, there's a new report as of July 14th. They made a lot of progress. So we're getting there.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to COG Regional County and Liaison Reports. We had a number submitted and are contained in the supplemental form folder, but we'll go ahead and give each about 5 minutes, each of us to speak to what we want. We'll just start with Eric.
I provided a detailed written report on the MPO, and Lucy didn't meet.
Okay. Susan?
Public safety did not meet since our last meeting. The CTIDA, we had one formal meeting and one lack quorum yesterday, so it was a brief discussion, but the IDA voted to accept the executive director job description that Adam has presented, and the rest of it I put into my report, so.
Okay. Anthony, anything you just want to talk about?
No, I actually did attend the Climate Action
Did you?
Sustainability meeting as a member. I knew Mike was there as well.
Yeah.
I attended by Zoom, I was out here, but
Okay.
it was a good update. I'm still digesting it. It was, for me.
All right, good. Rich?
I provided a report. I don't know if everybody got a chance to see it since it came out. There are several items that we're going to be seeing next Monday, so please take an opportunity to read that, and if you have any questions now or after the meeting, please reach out.
Yeah, so for executive, I attended, Carla's last executive report pretty much covers ongoing things. A lot of what's coming through to Monday as far as finance and things like that, we looked at already this week. The finance director hiring activities is ongoing, still hasn't been hired. And then, so the class and comp study, right, is a big thing that's going to come out on Monday. I will not be there on Monday, so just so, my understanding, you know, sitting on one of the committees that saw it too, and then seeing it in executive, no one committee has said we're buying into the proposed implementation plan, okay? All that any committee has done, and this is what executive did, was accept what GovHR provided. And unless anybody else is getting a different, but that's my understanding of it at this point. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah, we settled on recommending to the general forum to receive the study so that you can close that, but the implementation plan, I think what's in the general forum agenda that came out today is a potential remand back to the finance committee to review implementation, should the study be approved. I mean, it's moot if the study doesn't get approved.
Yeah. Okay.
Approved or received?
Received, sorry.
Received, there's a difference.
Yes, there is a difference.
Received, yeah. That's the words mean things type of thing right there.
Approved indicates
yeah.
implement.
Yeah.
Received indicates pass it on to.
Well, and we had the same conversation in executive, right? You know,
Right,
split
there's no
hairs.
implementation plan
Yeah.
in the study, so
Yeah.
there's recommendations. So the approved would be a concern if you don't agree with the recommendations. But I can just speak for finance, we didn't have a real issue with the recommendations.
Yeah.
It's just how it gets done.
And HR was the same way, and the majority of executive was the same way. It's not necessarily the recommendations. You know, resoundingly, I think it seems to be, you know, yeah, that's the recommendations.
I only bring that up because at MPO, we received our strategic plan.
Mm-hmm.
We're handing off implementation to a subcommittee.
Right.
Pieces you implement will be determined by the subcommittee.
Okay, yeah. All right, so just I want to highlight, since it's tucked in there in the Spring Creek Watershed Commission, so the commission is putting forth a 2024 budget, and so the budget will come through to each municipality, and that was approved last night, and that is a 5 cent, a nickel increase on the contributions going from 10 cents to 15 cents, which is approximately $500 more for us in our budget. So, okay, that's all I had.
I'm glad you didn't put percentage increase in there,
Right, yeah.
because people use that. I mean, that's a perfect example of, you know, how skewed, how you can skew opinions by simply using percentages.
Yeah, and so, as I outlined, there'll be a conveyance letter to each municipality that'll say exactly what their contribution is coming from to, so, you know, real dollars. Okay, all right, let's move on then, if there's not anything else for item B in reports. And staff and other committee reports, PC, do we have a PC rep here too? Yeah.
Adam covered it.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Fine with me.
Staff, any other reports?
I'm not aware of that.
Assistant manager's report? No?
Maybe.
Later on.
He had an
I'll
interesting
hold it
day.
for later.
A little later for one. All right, let's move on to DEI then. DEIB.
Nothing this evening. Again, just direct you to the calendar. There's quite a bit of information listed there, but nothing in front of council tonight for action.
Okay. All right, consent agenda. We have a pretty big consent agenda, so bear with me. I'm going to take a drink of water before I read it. All right, our consent agenda tonight consists of CA1, which is the minutes from our June 15th regular meeting. CA2, which is correspondence and receipt and approval of. A is the Center County Recycling and Refuse Authority monthly newsletter from June 2023. B is an email from David Colassa, and I apologize if I butcher anyone's name, dated June 18th, 2023 regarding the Dale Summit area. C is an email from John Pitterl, dated June 18th, 2023 regarding the Dale Summit area. D is an email from Anthony Keel, dated June 19th, 2023 regarding the casino. E is an email from Gene T. Whitmer, dated June 18th, 2023 regarding the casino. F is an email from David Hatfield, dated June 19th, 2023 regarding the Dale Summit area. G is an email from Marty Fry, dated June 19th regarding pickleball at the Nittany Mall. H is an email from Bob Hahn, dated June 19th regarding zoning. I is an email from David Werner, MD, dated June 21st regarding the casino. J is an email from Debbie Harrison, dated June 22nd regarding the Dale Summit area. K is an email from Susan Young, dated June 22nd regarding the Dale Summit area. L is an email from Carol Hine, dated June 22nd regarding the Dale Summit area. M is an email from Jonathan Moore, dated June 21st regarding the Nittany Mall planning. N is an email from Hollis G. Zielinski, dated June 21st regarding the Dale Summit area. O is an email from Jan and Roger Snyder, dated June 20th regarding the casino. P is an email from Paul and Barbara Ruskin, dated June 20th regarding Dale Summit Aquatic Center. Q is an email from I'm sorry, I do not have any idea how to say that first name. Sultram Datso dated June 20th regarding Dale Summit area. R is an email from Sue Smith dated June 21st regarding Dale Summit area charrette. S is an email from Paul Ruskin dated June 21st regarding the traffic implications of proposed casino. T is an email from Phyllis Gardner dated June 21st regarding the casino. U is a letter from Pentair Engineering dated June 30th regarding time extension for Rhodes Lane condominium to October 31st, 2023. V is a letter from John Gibson dated June 30th, 2023 regarding Dale Summit area. W is an email from Judith Sierra Rivera dated June 19th regarding the Dale Summit area. X is an email from Horatio Perez Blanco dated June 19th regarding the Dale Summit area. Y is an email from Chris Bryn dated June 19th regarding the Dale Summit area. And Z is an email from Eileen Carter dated June 19th regarding the Dale Summit area. Double A is a letter from Langen dated July 5th regarding time extension for the PSU Environmental Management Facility Project to October 31st, 2023. BB is an email from Alex Verispoot dated July 3rd regarding the resignation as College Township representative on the CNET Board of Directors. CC is a letter from Mr. Thomas Fontaine, State College Borough, dated March 28th. Is that correct? March 28th?
That is correct.
2023 regarding speed reduction request, University Drive between French School and Atherton Street. CA3 action items and approval of. A is an online auction for the sale of surplus equipment. B is project 23-03 street resurfacing bid awards at HRI Inc. in the amount of $167,336.50. C is project 23-10 storm sewer CIPP not awarded due to no bids received. D is a request letter, Classic Cones ice cream truck dated 7/14/2023 regarding code 171-8A4. All right, do any council members wish to have any of those items pulled?
I have a couple.
Okay.
CA2J, CA2Y, CA3B.
J, Y, and CA3B, correct? Okay. Anyone else?
Adam, did you want to pull CC?
Yeah, actually, I would request that we pull CA2 double C.
Yeah, I was going to ask that too. Good. All right, anyone else? Let me see. Okay. All right, so I have us pulling CA2J, Y, double C, and CA3B. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with those, minus those?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right, none opposed. All right, let's start out with top to bottom, J.
Real quick, that's the letter that references a desire to see a trampoline park as part of Dale Summit, but in the letter, it seems to indicate that we don't have one around here, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to point out that we do have one, and the letter also seems to indicate that if there is one, there's no accommodations for toddlers, and I just wanted to point out that the one that's right down the road carves out 2 half-days a week, Tuesday and Thursday morning, for toddlers only. So anyone who is interested in that, there's a plug for somebody with toddlers who'd like to go to the trampoline park when only toddlers are allowed.
That's cool.
I guess the next one is mine also.
Yeah, Y.
Y. Yeah, I just pulled this one as an example of a lot of them. This one was really well written, I thought. Comments, suggestions on what they thought should be included in Dale Summit area plan. I just 2 quick points here. I don't think anybody would agree with any of those ideas, disagree with any of the suggested concepts that these folks are putting out. I just want to point out, use the opportunity to point out that about half of those are going to be market-driven. Now, they're great, but unless there's a market for it and a private developer willing to do it, it's not going to happen. Our job will be to fertilize the soil as much as we can, but the market's still going to have to, it's still going to have to be market-driven, even with our encouragement. The second half is there have been a number of things suggested, indoor recreation facilities, pickleball was mentioned, parks, affordable housing. That group of things are probably never going to be done out there by private developers. I mean, we are seeing some large-scale for-profit sporting complexes pop up, but other than that, those are items that we as a township will have to take a more active role in more than just fertilizing the soil. We might even have to put up some dollars or pull some regional partners together. I just wanted to point that out. I assume there'll be some recommendations that come out of the study, but there will be items that if we feel strongly enough need to be included, we're going to have to step up. It's more than just market. The next one was CC, was Adams.
Yeah, any other comments on why before we go ahead? Anybody else from council? I mean, my biggest comment is, as a whole, it was great just to see all the letters coming in, right? And saying, hey, this would be awesome. So that engagement was just wonderful to read.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. It made my afternoon.
And clearly people were paying attention too,
Yeah.
which is what I get out of a lot of this.
That's great.
All right, Adam?
With respect to CA2CC, this is a copy of a letter that we received from the Borough of State College, signed by the manager, Tom Fontaine, regarding speed reduction requests University Drive between the Friends School and Atherton Street. As you know, in that area, the township boundary between the township and the borough exists. And what the borough is interested in doing is asking PennDOT to complete a traffic study there with an eye toward the potential to reduce some of the speed limits in that particular vicinity. In order to accomplish that, or to effectively accomplish that, the borough has asked the College Township to write a very similar letter to PennDOT in support of that concept, which at this stage is simply just the request for the study. And so I wanted to offer or lend my support to this at this juncture. There's really, PennDOT does the study. It's not going to be done either by the township or the boroughs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so just from the standpoint of facilitating the initiatives and efforts of an adjoining municipality, I see no harm in us participating in making that letter request to PennDOT. So should this be accepted and approved, what I'm hoping the intention of council would be by doing so would be to authorize staff to draft a letter to PennDOT dictating that.
Yeah, so are you looking for a motion of that sort to give the
Well,
authorization?
I think you can frame it however you like,
Okay.
but yeah, that's essentially what's at play here.
Okay. All right, any questions to that? I mean, before we move on, it might be best to do a separate motion on that if you want the authorization.
Yeah, I would offer that, when I first saw that, I thought it was overkill. However, traveling that road quite a bit, I think where it is appropriate is as you're approaching Atherton Street, curve downhill at 45 or whatever, oftentimes traffic is queued up pretty far back up there, and you come around that turn at 45 or 50 or whatever, and all of a sudden you hit a traffic backup.
Right.
I think it's, just because you have a Friends School and that on there, I think it doesn't in itself, I think that's a hard sell. But I think because of this, that you combine that speed with the backup that you get and the lack of sight distance as you're approaching it, I could support that. It's all going to come down to warrants and metrics, PennDOT level, but philosophically, that gives me the grounds to support it.
Anyone else? Susan?
No, I agree.
Anthony?
I just piggybacking off of Eric's comments, for the study, where is it? Is it just to stop at the Friends School, or is it to go up further towards the lines?
I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure, Anthony.
Because it makes
It goes
sense.
up to-
what
it goes up to
Eric
the
said.
cid-
It goes up to, the line of sight is mainly the issue.
As you're approaching Atherton.
Yeah, it says here, although it is desirable that the entire length of U Drive within the borough be considered the segment between Friends School and South Atherton.
No, I have no issue with it. I was just curious how far they would.
And that's where you enter the sight distance issue.
Correct.
Rich, comments, questions?
No, I agree with the site issue concern coming down that hill, especially at 45 miles an hour, which a lot of times is more than
It's more than
45 miles an hour.
Well, so then I'll just ask, and we'll move on to the next item, but when we go ahead and approve these 4 items that are out, just add the authorization, whoever makes the motion, to go ahead and draft a letter, okay?
Great. Thank you.
All right, CA3B, right,
Oh, yeah.
that's the next one?
Yep. I live on that street, and last year Hawbaker got the bid. Now, who is it? Somebody else got it?
HRI got it.
HR. And Hawbaker did a wonderful job in accommodating the neighbors, as they usually do. And I just wanted to put that out there, that the bar's been set pretty high. So to the extent that staff can encourage,
Yeah.
because at times when they do that, people can't access their drivers
Right.
for half a day.
Yeah, no, I always send a letter out to the residents so they know what to expect, and try to couch that a little bit so they understand that there's going to be a few delays, but they try very hard to minimize them. And we have worked with HRI on, even last year, HRI got the bid in Nittany Orchards. And with all those residents as well, there
Okay,
was
so they-
no, oh, yeah.
That's fine. That's all.
Okay. Any other questions on that item? All right. Anyone like to make a motion?
Move to accept the remaining consent agenda items with the understanding that the motion will authorize the manager to draft a letter supporting the borough's request on CA2 CC.
A second?
Second?
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay? All right, no opposed. Motion passes. All right, moving on. All right, OB1, Mr. Broombaugh.
Sure. At the conclusion of a longer process, we have in front of us this evening the ordinance 02304. That's also OB1A. And essentially what that is amending and updating the previously adopted version of the rental housing and building safety code. So we've advertised, held a public hearing. Council has reviewed this on at least 2 previous occasions, and I believe that it is ripe for adoption at this time.
Okay, we have a suggested motion.
I'll make the motion. I move to approve 0-23-04, amending Chapter 152, Property Maintenance and Fire Code of the College Township.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, let's open up for discussion, since we do have a member that will be first time seeing it. So we'll go to Anthony first.
No, I did review it. I don't have any questions.
Anyone else? Discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say nay. No opposed. Motion passes. OB2, College Township official map. All right. That's the good one. We get to hear Mike talk now.
That's right.
That's right.
And so concludes the short part of the meeting.
We're rolling right along.
That's right, that's right.
Grinding halt now.
This, for official map, obviously, this isn't the first time you've seen this. This has been a rather long and intensive process, as it should be, anytime we go through and make updates to an official map. I will note, I'll be probably tag teaming this one a little bit with Lindsay. My focus has been on the mapping, and Lindsay's been working on the ordinance language behind that. So as we move through this, if there's questions about the ordinance, I'm going to look down the table. So coming out of our meetings back in May, council reviewed the host of comments and recommendations received from staff, from the Planning Commission, as well as the Parks and Rec Committee. And as part of your discussion, as you'll recall, one of the concerns was that a lot of the items on there, a lot of the comments and recommendations, while probably having merit, hadn't been fully vetted, community-wide. So at the time, it was the consensus of council to pull all those out. We have retained those as promised. Those are saved in the GIS system as kind of a historical record for this process. But wanted to bring back before you the map showing the information that you felt was most critical for this update. The first of which being any carryover items from the existing official map. Secondly is the state investment corridors, which coincide with the primary and secondary investment corridors and greenways that were reflected in our adopted pedestrian facilities master plan. In addition to that, staff has three additional items that we wanted to have some discussion about tonight as we move forward with the official map. So in your packet and on the screen is the draft as it stands today after working with Shane. It pulls out a lot of those comments that were received previously and reflects those. Obviously the dotted lines are your major corridors, both state, primary and secondary investment corridors. One of the first things that we include in there was a discussion actually that happened in previous meetings about a path to connect the sidewalk at Hospital Drive. Originally, we talked about making that connection down to Park Avenue, and then that discussion furthered on to, wouldn't it make sense to have some type of connection over to the existing path at Orchard Road? So we are showing that here tonight for your consideration, just kind of completing that connection. I'll show it to you here if I can find it on the map somewhere. Where am I? Over here. Okay. So as reflected, you can see the path coming up Orchard, and then we just kind of make the dog leg over to the hospital and finish that connection to the sidewalk, the existing sidewalk that already goes up the Mount Nittany Medical Center. The second item that's reflected in there comes out of a discussion, and it's actually referenced in the pedestrian facilities master plan, but was not reflected in the mapping. And we have had some discussion with the Hauserville community as well about some concerns related to this. In the pedestrian facilities master plan, one of the primary corridors is Hauserville Road to Puddintown. And there was a request, and it is again reflected in the Spring Creek Park master plan, of a connection that comes in and basically runs along the border of the park to make that connection. That addresses, one, what's already in the park and park plan, which was thoroughly vetted, and two, addresses some of those concerns about making that connection the rest of the way up Hauserville to Puddintown. So that's the second of the two that kind of go beyond the discussion that you had in May. And then finally, this one's one that comes from staff, but it's rooted in discussions that both this body has had, as well as issues that were raised during Planning Commission and Parks and Recreation. One of the things, as you'll recall, that's recommended in the pedestrian facilities master plan was to pull out the reference to a path connecting along Bollesburg Road, an offset path, and show bike lanes along Bollesburg Road. One of the key properties in the middle, obviously one of the reasons that recommendation came forward, was the quarry. Throughout the course of those discussions, one of the concerns was raised is if we miss an opportunity at some point when the quarry either is inactive or divested, is there an opportunity there for the township to be at the table to try to get either some type of recreational facility or at least a large chunk of that connection that was originally shown in the master plan? In that vein, what staff is recommending is to show that as a reservation, only in such that it, again, puts us at the table should at some point in the future the quarry choose to redevelop or divest. We can have a more intensive discussion with the property owner about what's needed out there in terms of a rec or some type of multi-use path. Those are the three kind of beyond the recommendation or discussion that you had in May, but the first two, again, kind of rooted in discussions that this group had already had and rooted in the pedestrian facilities master plan. And this third was a recognition of consistency of an issue that was raised throughout the discussion about, particularly this property and how it's kind of a keystone for making a future connection at some point in the future. With that, attached in your document one was the map, but also the ordinance portion. I don't want to overlook that. Lindsay has put some significant work into that. Highlights in red in the ordinance itself capture essentially what's on the map and get you through the process for the official map. So really, barring any substantive revisions on the draft official map as presented this evening, what staff is looking to from council is one, to set the public hearing. We're proposing the date of September 21st. We're required to have a 45-day public comment period for the official map. As we checked it out through the calendar, 45 days falls essentially right at the first meeting in September. We wanted to give ourselves a little extra room, so we pushed it to the second meeting in September. In doing that, that'll also authorize staff to, one, commence the 45-day public comment period and reach out to all of the key stakeholders that are referenced in the remaining steps there below in the memo. So with that, I'm going to stop and turn it back to you, Dustin, for questions.
Okay. We'll start out with Susan.
I don't have any questions. I reviewed the information that you presented. It's consistent with what we've talked about at previous meetings. And so, no, I'm in agreement that I feel like we're ready to go to a public comment period.
Anthony?
Well, I have many, but too many in the sense that I have to digest this a little bit more. I've seen it progress, I'll put it that way, so, and that's where it's at. And in the progression, so I guess the main question that I have, where I've seen it progress, and I compliment you guys in doing so. So where we're, I'll say, like reserving spaces, are we reserving? So I understand the pedestrian facilities master plan, it's going to carry over to the official map, so we're going to reserve bike paths and so forth. So even if it's PennDOT resurfacing the road and so forth, since we have it there, it would be PennDOT's responsibility to put a pedestrian or bike path.
I think Mike can probably answer it better than I, but we,
You're on a roll.
real quick, we improve our chances.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee, but it puts us at the table for a more intensive discussion. And it actually dovetails pretty nicely with PennDOT's PennDOT Connects process, where they, as they do more intensive projects, they are supposed to be going through and looking at a lot of factors related to land use and connectivity and those kind of things. It just gets us to the table, as Adam says, and raises our chances to get more of this network built out as part and parcel to some of the projects they may be doing.
And that's fantastic. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. But no, the progress has been fantastic.
Thank you.
Rich?
As Susan indicated, I think this reflects a lot of the discussions that we've had over this process and everything. The only things I might have is in the ordinance itself. Just one little nit, line 4, or spelling of ordinance. But a question on structure in general, I'm a fan of definitions at the beginning. Is there a reason to have them at the back? Is there a better reason to have them at the back?
No, that was just the way it was.
The previous was structured?
Yeah, so I just-
Well, I guess that's a thought. I mean, I don't want to slow it up for that, but I'm just asking in general.
Yeah, I think that's a simple fix.
Yeah, the publication, or the publication of the ad for the public hearing, we can get that corrected within a day or so. By the time the ad hits, that document will be available for public inspection. So if it is a preference to put the definitions at the beginning, I think that council just needs to make that ask, because I think that we can flip that and still meet all of our timetable that we've outlined.
By virtue of kind of how the calendar fell, there's wiggle room in there to meet the
Sure,
45
sure.
days, so we've got time to do some.
And again, I just offer that as a personal take, but that's not necessarily council's take. And I would respect if there's a staff reason for it to be different.
It makes sense if it's consistent with our other ordinances. Thanks for pointing out that misspelling.
Any,
So move it to Article 2.
well, yeah, let's just get council's opinion first. Any major thoughts on Rich's proposal? Issues, major issues? Anybody say absolutely not? No, it has to be the other way?
Kind of used to this
Yeah.
same format Rich
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, I feel much the same way.
I'm not familiar with the format as you are, but I do think that having the definitions at the front of the document are always very helpful. So,
Okay. Sounds like we got consensus.
Thank you.
Anything else, Rich?
That's all I had. I didn't go word for word, but everything, like I said, everything appears to support our various discussions throughout and everything, so.
Eric?
The three items that staff is also recommending, they were all part of the planning commission's deliberations.
Yeah, so the first two, Eric, to your point, the first one was actually more this body, particularly as you went through the hospital land development plan. It
Right.
started that, and then that kind of discussion continued as we went into official map. I think they were on the same night. We had that discussion about, if we're going to make this little bit of a connection, let's just show something to make the full connection. The second one is actually just a bit of an oversight on my part. It's shown in the narrative of the pedestrian facilities master plan, but didn't make it into the mapping. It's in the mapping for the Spring Creek Park master plan. So in terms of just consistency, we wanted to make sure it transferred onto the official map. And the third one is something kind of that was heard throughout the entire process, from this group, from staff, from PC, and from Parks. I actually think the recommendation itself about possibly doing it more like a reservation actually came out of Parks. If you can't get the connection, maybe just do a reservation. And who knows, when the quarry, if at some point in the future it does redevelop or is divested, what the need is at that time. It may be a larger park facility or something. I'm just kind of spitballing, but it kind of came through a pretty intensive discussion and was a reoccurrent theme across each of the bodies.
Okay, then just working backwards from that, I'm really happy with that, because you may recall that we started off this discussion a long time ago planning to remove that. So I'm kind of glad we've come around to this. As far as Hauserville, yeah, so it really doesn't need to be on the Spring Creek Park, because we already have a path through there. It's on the master plan, so it's merely just a formality. Okay, and then it makes me wonder how we missed the Hospital Drive connection on that very thorough pedestrian master plan we did. But hey, we got it. We got it in the end.
Yeah, we leaned into, the heat maps, as you recall, going back through that process. And I'm sure if we go back, we'll see it there, but it wasn't kind of a recurrent thing. And yeah.
So it took the land development plan to,
Yep, it triggered it.
okay. I'm good.
Okay, so my question is on Hauserville Road. If I recall that there is a plan in the works, if you could zoom back into Hauserville Road from College Avenue out to the school, isn't there some stuff going on, if somebody could refresh my memory anyhow? And I know that we don't have anything on that, right now. Where are we at? Can you just Go over top of Houseville Road for me.
Yeah, that's highlighted here in the
The
yellow.
yellow, yellow, and College Ave's in the what dotted?
Yeah, it's this dark blue.
Blue
kinda-
dotted.
Dark blue, and so the yellow, okay, so I just didn't see that, I couldn't see it on mine.
Yeah, the yellow is
Yeah.
an identification, that is a primary corridor as identified in the
Thanks.
pedestrian facilities.
Yeah, I
master
just
plan.
couldn't see the yellow, sorry.
Yep, no, absolutely.
And then, yeah, the quarry property, I mean, I applaud that, that's awesome. I feel like that's a good use of a land reservation right there.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. You know, especially when it comes to, you know, maybe that actually will create the table, you know, maybe that'll bring somebody to the table and instead of, you know, just having a seat, so. All right, that's all I have. All right, so we have,
Go, one follow-up,
Yeah.
please. Several years ago, there was a property owner that came and asked for a little chunk that was on the official map to be removed. If I'm reading this right, that's being done with this.
Yeah, that would be.
And it's
the-
being replaced with a reservation for the whole quarry.
Right,
Well,
so,
it's been,
And plus the road, along the state road.
the bike path along on the state
Yes.
road is the primary consideration
Right.
in that particular request.
it pulls out a lot of the private property
Right.
and sinks it into one primary property and parcel owner. It removes that old designation on the existing official map and replaces it with this, which achieves the same intent, but without, you know, hitting some of those private properties.
Okay. And just confirming the Mountain Ending Medical Center piece that we're adding is along Park Avenue.
Yes.
okay. Anything else?
I was just going to mention, you may recall, there had been some conversation about some type of access off of Orchard Road to get to the hospital. That is or is not in the plan at the moment. That it's not in the plan at the moment.
That was kind of why my question.
Exactly.
So there is you can see the connectors that are shown there. There is one that comes up Orchard Road, and then there was the connector across as well. So yeah, there's several pieces in there.
But there's not a specific walkway traversing from Orchard directly to the hospital
Correct.
property. Okay, I
Correct.
just-
Yeah, there's a bike lane that comes up and
Correct.
meets Park Avenue and meets the bikes coming the other way, but it stops there. You know, and then you're on the shoulder.
Is there any reason not to have a little leg to the lower portion of the Mountain Ending property?
Is that a grade issue?
Topography, yes.
The grade issue, it's
That's
a very
pretty-
steep grade.
Pretty steep. We can put steps in.
Versus Orchard?
Let's just put steps
It's
in.
actually, I think it is steep.
It can
I don't
be,
know.
yeah, but engineering and all that, so.
Pedestrian, maybe not a bike path.
Right.
Yeah.
That was kind of where I was headed.
You know, a pedestrian path down to Millbrook Marsh would be a nice replacement for the healing garden. That would give people a place to go. I have a hard time seeing some of the people that I know that are up at the hospital getting down there. But
That property there,
It's well
though,
taken,
that's
Rich.
Penn State property, that's not Nittany Medical Center, right?
Yeah, around
It's
there.
all Penn State.
Yeah.
Just thought it could be, I imagine we're going to see the official map some other time in the
Yeah.
future.
Yeah.
Add that to the
Did
notes.
you speak to that?
I did not, and in relatively near future, as you know, we're obviously going through the Dale Summit work and form-based code and the Dale Summit redevelopment plan. At some point, moving forward, there's going to be recommendations on new roads and other facilities out there that will ultimately need to be included into the official map. So yeah, you know, probably going to be a more frequent revisit of the official map moving forward. You know, step by step, as we've got the pedestrian facilities master plan, that kind of triggered this look at it. As we move through the work with Dale Summit, it's going to ultimately trigger it again, and we'll be reopening it for a look in that, primarily in that area pretty intensively.
Plus, in addition to that, you have the work that has been done by both the Parks and Rec Committee as
Yes.
well as Planning Commission. And as you will recall, one of the things the council decided upon was some of those items, some of those elements were not as well vetted as was the pedestrian master plan. And until such time as there's a little more clarity and a little more vetting, those things can be considered, but considered after that action has actually occurred.
Yeah, as I noted, we did retain all of that as kind of a historical record, and, that certainly opens up the opportunity to start that process of further vetting those out.
So back to my point, if you could add a note for a potential leg from the lower half of the hospital property. Consideration of a leg.
Good, Rich?
I am, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so we have requested actions there. Brilliant suggestion.
Mr. Chair, I'd move to set a public hearing to review the final draft of the official map for September 21st, 2023, and authorize staff to commence the required 45-day public review period on the final draft of said map.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any opposed, say nay. We have no opposed. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mike. All right, OB3, the residential rentals ordinance. Lindsay.
Thank you. In April of this year, staff, as a result of a council discussion, brought the residential rental ordinance back, sort of just to see how things have been going since with the administration so far. Resulting from that meeting was the May 18th meeting when staff reworked the intent as a result of the April 20th discussion and resident feedback. On May 18th, council also accepted the intent statement and directed staff to prepare a remand to the planning commission. Council reviewed the remand and we sent it to the planning commission for their June 6th meeting. The planning commission's discussion included the text should be scannably clear, and so we made a change to the long-term rental definition to read rather than more than 14 consecutive nights. Now it reads 15 or more nights, consecutive nights. And they agreed on the intent as presented, that it still meets the ordinance intent. Or the ordinance still meets the intent. So staff provided the ordinance also to the Center Regional Planning Agency. They felt that an administrative review would be sufficient since it's not regionally, it's not going to impact something very regionally. And staff ourselves feel that the intent still matches the ordinance and will allow us to continue to administer the ordinance and ensure that that intent remains at the forefront. So in saying that, we recommend that council set a public hearing and authorize us to advertise the ordinance and begin the 45-day public comment period. And last time we advertised this ordinance, we made sure we mailed everyone who had a short-term rental a letter just to let them know that this is being updated. So we'll probably try to do something similar to that just to get the word out a little bit better. So the ordinance is here for you to look at, and an overview of the Planning Commission's comments taken from the minutes, and I can answer any questions you may have.
All right. We'll start out with Anthony. Questions?
I saw no issue with the change.
Okay. Rich.
Looks good, thanks.
Eric.
Yep.
I don't have any comments. Susan?
No, I appreciate the language with the intent to protect the distinctive qualities of single-family homes. I appreciate that that's clear.
Dustin, if I may, just to, it may be a reiteration because you may have already said this, but I'm clearly not picking up on all the things that I'm told lately, so I need to double check on some of these things.
Please do.
Question I have is, does this need to go back to CRPC?
No. CRPA did the administrative review. I ran it past Mark Bokel and asked him how he felt, and he said administratively would be acceptable, so he did the review already. So we will, let him know that council set the public hearing, but we won't have to go to CRPC in September.
Okay, I thought you said that, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Just as a note, Lindsay, I personally really appreciated the narrative you included with PC.
Oh, okay.
So that I found that very helpful.
Yeah, that's straight from the minutes, Sharon prepared, so.
Did PC pick up on that? I mean, there seemed to be, if you read the accounting of the discussion, that one member felt it was almost identical to what they already had, but then another member felt that it definitely helped enforce the ordinance, or my,
There was a little confusion at first as to why we were changing the intent and why they looked so similar. So we just tried to make it more clear to them as to why we're making it a little bit stronger for administrative purposes.
and that was picked up? I mean, that
I
was,
believe it was picked up by most members, yes. I would say so.
Okay. All right, we have a recommendation for a motion.
I'll make the motion. I move to set a public hearing for changes to Chapter 160 residential rentals for September 7th, 2023, and authorize staff to move forward with advertising the ordinance and the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. No opposed. Motion carries. All right, we are moving on to new business NB1, that is parking. A and B, as in your agenda. Amy Kerner, please.
So I'll start with Spring Creek Park. So the staff had been contacted with complaints from the residents along, looking at the map that's called Spring Creek Lane. And it is, according to our records, it is a township road. It's not just the park entrance. But during events at the park, there's been consistent parking along the resident side of the parking lot, causing congestion. And so we were asked to look into this, and we did have a meeting between staff and Center Regions Park staff to just discuss the issues, various options. And what we settled on was, because it is a township road, it can be signed with no parking. I guess even parking lots can be signed, but in this case, we have precedents to set to posting it. The other thing we talked about was, as Mike's scrolling up, is the congestion that also occurs on Puddintown Road. And so the maps that I've created in my memo show where we could put signs that will establish the no parking zones that I've listed in my recommendation. So the four different things we talked about were posting the no parking anytime along the north side of Spring Creek Lane, as we mentioned, the resident side of that parking lot. Posting no parking anytime signs on the west side of Puddintown Road. And in this particular map, you're looking north through the access drive intersection of the PSU property. And then posting no parking anytime signs on the eastern side from the driveway of 111 Spring Creek Lane to the bridge over Spring Creek. And then the last little thing it's not a sign issue, that we've also been told that in the park entrance itself, people are pulling off of the drive into the grass area, right beside the sign that says no parking on the grass. And so we're going to look to strategically place some large boulders that would make it almost impossible for them to park. Those are my boulders.
Very nice.
Art is my forte, yeah. So in this instance, it's pretty self-explanatory. It does, I believe, solve the immediate problem that we have of the congestion and parking along the lane, as well as the intersection around Puddintown. I'll try to answer any questions, but if nothing else, I'm hoping that council will agree to approve the recommendations in my memo.
All right, questions for Amy. We'll start out with Rich.
Not really questions, just concerns. The people are obviously going there for something. And so if we're telling them where all they can't park, where can they park? Where should they be parking? Because I get concerned that we're going to trade one bad thing for another.
it's Mountain Indy all over again.
Exactly.
We can't ban them until we come up with an alternative.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there is the parking, there are three areas of parking at Spring Creek Park. The one off of Hauserville Road, the one off of Puddintown, and then the one off of Balmoral. Balmoral is actually a gravel lot at this point in time, but as part of the master plan, it would be paved at some point in time. Out of this particular driveway, there is a sign right across Puddintown that directs you up the street to Balmoral for the additional parking. So I believe there are adequate signs that tell you where to park. It's just eliminating them from just parking anywhere along the streets.
Right, and just like any law without enforcement, it
Yes.
tends to be ignored. So what is the enforcement element proposed for the signs, everywhere there's signs?
Yeah, so we actually, because the cops had been contacted with these issues, because there were no parking, no parking signs, they couldn't enforce anything. So now that we have signs, as we have across the street at Slab Cabin, they are enforceable, and once the police are called, they certainly can then enforce.
Okay.
May I, just, Amy, I think we need to clarify, and I may have misunderstood what you and I had discussed, but I'm looking at the second graphic, so past the pretty boulders, there you go. Okay, so on the bike path side, where you have the two red lines, there would be no parking.
Right, between those two people.
And there's the obvious directly across from the entrance at Spring Creek Lane
Right,
is an opening, an entrance to the sheep barn.
right,
Okay, and there's obviously no parking there.
right,
But from beyond that one spot, the whole way to
Yes.
the bridge
yes,
is on-street parking.
correct.
Or it could be on-street
Could be,
parking.
yes.
That's not being regulated or
Right.
taken away.
What
And
we're looking
even
at
to-
right now.
And even to the right of this no parking zone, till you get to the curve that goes around on Puddintown, you could still park there as well.
Okay,
So there's about an equivalent number, maybe actually a few more, spaces that are still available on street that we would be restricting or taking away that are presently being used on Spring Creek Lane immediately adjacent to those residential properties.
Correct.
So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Right, well, I've attended events at this, and all of those get filled, and they'll funnel to as close as they can get until they're not allowed, and everything. A question on if we're not concerned on the one side of Puddintown, why the concern on the bike path side of Puddintown?
A couple of things, mostly it's sight distance
Okay.
for coming out of there, as well as the encroachment upon the bike path itself.
Okay.
There's a rather steep embankment there too.
Right, once you go down over the bike path.
I've seen it parked.
Oh,
Yeah, again, Eric, it's Mountain Indy again. And, we have people wanting to use our facilities, and, ideally they would walk there, ride their bike there, all that kind of stuff, but they're not. So, that's my only concern, and I understand it. We gotta post it to be able to do any kind of enforcement action. I like the stones, I will say that. Not just the red cloud element, not the graphic.
The three-dimensional one?
Not just the graphic
okay.
element, I just like as a concept.
Okay,
I
yeah.
like it. I actually thought, potentially on the north side of Spring Creek Lane, that's a sure deterrent, because we run into the same argument we had with Mountain Indy Road. We put a sign here, oh, well, I'm okay, I'm this far away from the sign, I'm okay to park here, kind of thing. And so then you got signs, so many signs that it's a challenging problem. I mean, interestingly, I look at this similar to our discussions about Whitehall Road Park and the parking, and we don't need all that parking, we don't need all that parking. And all you have to do is go to Oak Hall or Spring Creek on the days of events, and That's all I had, thank you.
Eric?
I share Rich's concerns. And honestly, this has been a problem for 40 years. I'm surprised it's just now coming. I mean, maybe we have some different homeowners in there now.
I believe that is part of it, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Because honestly, I go back to the late 80s and 90s when this was all going on. It got a bit of a reprieve when Oak Hall opened, and the regular softball league that played there moved to Oak Hall. But now you've got co-ed, and you've got all kinds of other stuff going on. To Rich's point, yeah, maybe the signage that's directing people to Balmaro is being ignored, being seen but ignored because of the distance. That's certainly a possibility. Could we add signage that points out there's parking off Houseville Road, which might be no farther or no less convenient? I know that there are times when that is full and there's plenty of capacity yet at just on the other side of the bike path. The other thing that helped is when the county league stopped playing, they don't use that the baseball field anymore. So I think you have nights where that is maxed out and there's tons of space in the lot off of Houserville Road. Does, and on that subject, does the Spring Creek Master Plan provide, and this is, remember Carla's discussion, does it provide any additional parking here when we go through the rehab?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so eventually we're going to add some capacity
We
there.
are, yes.
At some point. Okay, that's good, that's helpful. And then to Rich's other point, Puddintown's now our road, right?
Yes, it is, yeah.
So if we wanted to lay down some gravel and make it a little safer and easier to get completely off Puddintown Road on that side that you can park, we can do that, right?
Yes. Yeah, there actually is a sufficient area to pull off, I believe, to be out of the travel lane for sure.
Okay, there may be, but there's a perception there isn't, because oftentimes there are cars parked along there and they are encroached in the travel lane. I don't know if it's fear of parking, putting one wheel on the grass.
That might be it, yeah.
You know, you don't know what's there. Just tossing that out there.
Okay, we can certainly look into that.
And then that takes me to my second point, and Rich touched on it. You can put up all the signs you want, and all you've done is hand that off. Now it becomes an enforcement issue. I like the rocks. In fact, not just the drawing, but I like them in real life. And they then do eliminate the enforcement issue. So I wouldn't be at all opposed to putting some rocks along Puddintown Road on the side you want to ban parking, or even in front of the houses where, do we have a stockpile of those rocks somewhere?
No, we don't, but
How much do these rocks cost?
yeah,
I just know, this is me thinking, like Rich mentioned, you put up the signs, that's fine.
right.
And then every night you're calling the police and we're ticketing people. If you put the rocks there, you don't have to call the police.
Right. I'm not against it on the Spring Creek Lane, it's a little bit a different animal. This one, because of it being Puddintown, we couldn't put them right against the travel lane. So you'd have to put them in the grass. And I wonder if you would end up having people park right
By the rock and.
right between the, yeah.
All right, well,
So-
then, if we can use them anywhere else, particularly anywhere where it would prevent people from parking. Not just tell them they can't,
Yeah.
but physically prevent them. I'd be in favor of that. Looking ahead at the motion, it doesn't mention the rocks, but if we support the staff recommendation, it's understood that the rocks would go in the one place at least, right?
Right, yeah, we don't need a resolution to put the rocks in, but we do have we need a resolution to be able to establish no
Okay.
parking zones.
Well, then I would then close with tossing it out to my fellow council members, if there'd be any opposition to using the rocks in other places where staff feels it's practical and useful.
Okay. Well, anything else?
No.
Yeah, let's just first do that follow-up. I have no opposition to utilizing rocks for prevention measure. Rich?
Yeah, I had indicated, I like the north side of Spring Creek Lane. I think that'll be
Yeah.
the most effective.
Yeah.
And
Further up-
and most
further.
responsive to the residents that have brought the concerns forward.
Susan,
No opposition?
did you have anything else, Rich? Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, but I respect Amy's position about Putdown Road.
I was just tossing it out there.
No,
as a
no,
joke.
I like it, but
Well,
it's,
let me ask then, so there is an inclination toward not restricting parking along the private residence on Spring Creek Lane?
Oh, no, I didn't necessarily mean in place of the signs.
In addition.
I meant in addition to the signs, but if the thought was that the signs wouldn't be needed, that's fine.
and the reason people are gonna park between the rock and the other cars that are parked, we've seen it on any road, they don't, there's room, so I think you need both.
I wasn't suggesting in place of the signs.
My only thought there is, I know how much difficulty we have from time to time in actually locating street signs in people's yards.
What about rocks, yeah.
Okay, so my point being, we can pursue that, but I think before we make that inclusion, in addition to no parking, should that be ultimately what happens, we're gonna have to go back to residences.
Yeah, walk the sun
Well, wait a minute.
I think we're just trying to.
It's a township road, right?
Yeah.
So there's some
What's the
right
right of way?
Yeah, what's the
I was gonna say,
right of
We
way?
don't know what the right of way is from this.
I
I agree, we can't put a rock in
Yeah,
a neighbor's yard.
Let me back up. I assume there's enough right of way there to put the signs and the rocks in. If there isn't, then I would agree.
Well, let's just try to reach a consensus on, I think we all have, that we would like to see it explored, further rock usage. Is that what we're hearing here?
Minimum sign,
Yeah,
rocks if available.
yeah. Use rocks, invest in rocks, big rocks.
The only other thing
Everywhere.
that you have to be concerned with the rocks is the cars that are backing out of the stalls. Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, but drivers haven't gotten a lot better over the years,
Even with all those sensors on cars.
even with all those sensors on cars.
Okay, I'll say my comments. Did you have any opposition to the rocks, Anthony?
I don't have any opposition to the rocks. I do have one question, if I may. So on Spring Creek Lane, what's the width? So
I
where
don't
you're
know
having-
off the top of my head. I'll have to do a little bit of digging on that.
So if you have folks, entering
Right.
and leaving.
Do they need to get off in the grass? Is that what you're getting at?
If you give me,
And my experience is no.
I think it's wide.
You could even do it when the people were parked illegally there. but-
Okay.
and Anthony, you mean the width of the drive lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can get that real quickly here.
I was just curious on, because if you put, and I'm not opposed to rocks, if you put really nice rocks there, and folks coming in and folks going out, they're limited to where they can pull off.
Right.
Have to go real slow. Huh.
Speed humps.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, there'd be cars parked there, so if.
Yes.
I don't,
Put a speed hump along Puddintown, a big long embankment, and then no one parks there. Anti-tank ditch.
Yeah, it looks to be about 20 feet.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah, two 10-foot lanes, basically.
It's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I'll just say my comments, very much so, the previous council members' comments. My question too was, how much capacity are we adding with the master plan for parking? And then, I just want to compliment, I think these pictures say 1,000 words. This is excellent to look at, and say, oh, hey, that's what it's going to look like. That's where the sign's going to be. That's perfect. Yeah, on a serious note, that recommendation 2 and 3 picture, if you go down along Puddintown and facing, I understand, like, usage of rocks, I think, would be your prevention measure, but then what keeps them from just parking alongside the rock and pushing out further into the roadway? I don't know how to fix that, and even like if you put a fence there, it'd be the same darn thing, right? So, yeah, I do see that as maybe something that's still gonna be parked illegally, no matter what we do. That's all the comments I have. But yeah, I support it. Yeah, go ahead, Susan.
No comments. I don't disagree with the rocks, and I think the signage is good. And I think you will know whether you can put those rocks safely in the places we're talking about, so.
Anthony, anything additional? Okay.
Follow up, Mr. Chair? So if you look at the drawing that's attached with the resolution, which is very good, thank you, you can kind of see the property lines and everything. So there is a section there that we potentially, is ours, that we might be able to do some stuff in and everything. And then the only other one is if we enact this, can we proactively give notice to the organizations that are using these, via, I assume that would be via Parks and Rec?
Right, and both Christy Owens, the director, and Jeff Hall, his title was just escaping me, but met with us on site, as well as Jim Carpenter from Center Region Parks. And Jeff has done his best to try to mitigate issues that have evolved these many years with parking involving driveways of these private residences, et cetera, et cetera. And pretty clearly, he has indicated to us that he'll be happy to assist in making sure that the right people are understanding about what the changes are going to be.
Right. Yeah, if we just put them on notice that there's going to be increased enforcement, we hold the high ground.
Okay, anything else? Does someone want to say the words for the resolution?
I move to adopt Resolution R-23-19, the resolution of College Township to amend the Township Ordinance, Chapter 190, Vehicles and Traffic, Section 190-21, to prohibit parking at these three locations: Puddintown Road East from center line of intersection with Spring Creek Lane, south of a distance 350 feet. Anyways, it's Puddintown Road, and Spring Creek Lane.
To establish areas of no parking anytime along the north side of Spring Creek Lane and portions of the east and west sides of Puddintown Road.
That.
And I will second that.
Very nicely said. All right, we have a resolution. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Thank you. All right, item B.
Let there be rock.
Let there be more parking and more rocks.
Well, no rocks in this one, but earlier in the year, I
Not
believe.
yet.
We had discussed the parking along Mount Nittany Road, the Shale Pit, Stony Batter Lane, et cetera, et cetera. And I know one of the outcomes of that last discussion was adding additional no parking signs along there to make it abundantly clear where you can and where you cannot park. So what we did is I had Shane actually go out and physically locate all the signs that we do have out there. And we have all the no parkings listed, as well as any of the wayfinding signs. And I know they look a little weird, but you got to think about how you're looking at them when you're driving on the road. And you can see, for the most part, we very much direct people to the Shell Pit. And then we do have the no parking from the Y, if you will, all the way to the trailhead. And where we don't have any parking signs are where we actually allow for the parallel parking and then a little bit of pull-in parking out at the trailhead. So what this map shows is some additional signage. Resolution is not necessarily needed because we already established the limits of the no parking zone. This is just adding additional signs. And this may be a little overkill, but I just wanted to make sure, this really sends the message. I believe it was the Bells who were in to mention that they were seeing the most parking in front of their property. And although there are signs in front of their property, the ones that are being added on the left-hand side of the road, looking at the map, really all are on their property. So as long as they're okay with that many, and I would reach out to them. I did not specifically, because I know it was their comment about the fact that they do seem to have infringing on their area. Again, this was my thought in terms of trying to make it abundantly clear that there is no parking on either side of Mount Nittany Road once you in this area. So that's,
Okay.
Any thoughts?
Start with you, Eric.
Yeah, well, the signs that are on the Bell's side of the road, there's one at each end of the zone noting no parking in between, and the problem is if you pull up in between, you can't see those.
Right.
So I agree, the ones that would be on the west side, the Bell side of the property,
Yes.
are necessary and helpful, because that's going to fill in the gap between the no parking
Right.
from here to here. I would submit that the ones on the other side of the road are overkill, because nobody parks on that side anymore. I mean, you go up there on the busiest days, then that's really, you don't get that great big ditch there, and that's more of a,
That's right.
that's like the rocks.
Other than
Rocks.
FedEx- other than the
Ditches
FedEx
and
truck.
rocks.
The FedEx truck parked there once.
Right, it did.
Well, that was.
Just once.
That was
Yeah.
not willingly.
And you actually, because of the ditch line and not a lot of vegetation overhang, you really can see all of the signs all the way to the end of.
On that side.
On that side,
Yeah, and
yes.
that, I mean, if you
So-
want to put them up, that's fine, but I think the ones that are really critical are the ones on the other side of the road, so
And that's fair. It's, again, I'm looking for feedback and input.
if you wanted to take one of those signs away and beef up the other stuff, I'd have no problem with that, because as soon as one person parks in between those two signs, everybody queues up. And they're not doing it intentional, I really don't think they see the signs at either end.
Yeah, I would agree, yeah.
You know, it just takes one. The other comment that I had at the last meeting had to do with the portable toilet. Did we have that discussion? It's being,
We did have the discussion. I know that I can't say for sure that I remember if it was a direction. We discussed it, but did we actually come up with?
well, here's what I heard, I watched the meeting, here's what I heard Carlos say. I think there was support that the township take it over from the private property owner. The question was the location, and she seemed to, I thought she was the one that suggested that it be moved to the parking area,
The shale pit.
Right.
because that's consistent with park kind of policy where you see in other places. That's fine with me. If we're going to do this, I'd like to see, if there's a consensus, I'd like to see us do that at the same time, or add one to the shale pit.
Well, yeah, and that was the conversation that staff had, was if in fact we were going to move forward and place one at the shell pit, does the one that the private property owner has, does that stay? And there seemed to be, to us, there seems to be a reason why the private property owner has that there. And so I believe if we were going to pursue this, that ours would be in addition to whatever the private property owner is offering. Now, clearly, he's under no obligation to make that available, and he's doing that of his own volition. I think he has some other concerns and reasons why he's doing that, but be that as it may, if we do offer something on our property, his may or may not remain.
And that's fine. It just kind of takes him off the hook. And
If I just
Becomes a
might
choice
add-
for him.
If I just might add, we might just want to make sure that it's on his property.
yeah,
It keeps creeping, and it's not his fault, it's the service keeps creeping over into the parking area, into the pull around area. It's walking over.
Yeah.
so maybe if we end up doing that, at the signage down here where it says parking area, maybe we have a little symbol that shows restroom.
Yeah.
And it may
Yeah.
just be a further incentive or draw to take people to the shale pit. That's it, that's
And
all I had.
I know we had that discussion, and I did talk to Jim Carpenter, because Center Region Parks does actually secure a contract for the portable toilets throughout the region.
Oh.
And they recently have, I believe Patton wanted to kind of piggyback on that contract. So when they did bid it this year, they have that separate thing, that which Center Region does, and that which, Patton Township would pay for its porta potties. We could probably do the same thing.
So is that for their local parks?
I think it is, yes.
So that could be the same for us?
Same type of a thing,
I mean, we, in addition to what we're talking about considering here, we have several other locations in our local parks. I mean, well, I guess technically they're regional.
I was gonna say the regional, yeah, I was gonna say, I think
Never
they're
mind.
technically
I
regional.
stand corrected.
Okay, well, we have the comment on the potty, so you know where to go with that. You good? Yeah, I mean, I'll submit the comment that I probably would, as a neighbor, would appreciate the one in the shell pit. Seeing some of the things that I've seen out my front lawn happening there that have to do with that sort of business. But anyhow, I digress. I 100% agree with Eric. I don't think the ones on that side with the ditch are necessary. It might be a bit overkill. You know, maybe, you know, if we have them bought already, maybe take one of them, you know, down. You know, we're on the left there where you have across from the house, right above the Y, maybe right there. I don't know if that makes sense. You know, there's a bit of a gap
between the two
there,
existing.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You know, from what I see, it's just because folks don't know. My biggest question has to do with how they're arrayed. You know, is it obvious that there's no parking on the left side as I'm driving up, so that maybe that prevents me from even going too far? Because that's the other thing I think I see. People get up there and they drive past the signs and they don't see that it's no parking, you know. And we talked about that a little bit last time, because they are facing the direction of traffic, but is there some way to say, you know, immediately, no parking both sides as I'm approaching?
No parking ahead.
Yeah, no parking
Very
ahead. I mean, I know there is a bit of parking. We're sort of trending, you know, probably eventually towards where there's no parking up there at all, but there is still a little bit of parking up there.
Right.
Yeah,
But
it's a
people, the
turnaround.
locals know and they go,
Yeah.
you know, it's just like normal thing, but visitors, no parking ahead, okay, go that way.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, just maybe something along those lines.
Let's see what.
Yeah, as we're talking about that, I mean, the other element here is, you know, there's signage here. And I think some of this is already existing and some of it was new, Amy? Or is all of this existing?
All of this, except for the green dots, are existing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now would also be the opportunity to have the discussion about any modifications to the signage that is being shown here as well. I think it's signed appropriately, but I am not experiencing it every day.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, when I say array, I mean the position of the sign as you come. You know, should it be, and I'm asking the experts here, right? You know, does it make any sense to make it more horizontal so that I can just see that without being in a car going up
This is
the
no
road?
parking signs.
Yeah, the no
Well,
parking
the standard
signs.
actually is to do it at a 45
Okay,
angle.
45,
Yeah, so that
alright.
way it's, you know, it's not perpendicular or parallel, it's actually at a 45. So it does have a little bit more visibility.
Okay,
I think one of the pictures that I shared was one of those at the extreme limit had actually gotten turned so that it was perpendicular to the road. So it was, the arrow was pointing towards the road and not at a 45-degree
Oh, okay.
angle. So maybe
Could
just some
double check those.
tweaking.
Okay.
all right, that's all I have, thank you. Susan?
Do the signs say parking area ahead, all of those signs? The only thing I'm thinking of is, you know, you mentioned visitors. So that could be a little ambiguous if it said Mount Nittany Trail parking ahead. Maybe a sign further down along Mount Nittany Road as you're coming up before the curve where we have the first two no parking signs. Just sort of announces that if visitors haven't been to that area, that they might see those cars that are parked along the way, which hopefully they won't be parked along the way. But I think that's what pulls them back, and I don't think they realize that what's back there, and I'm a local, I didn't even realize that the shell pit had become a parking area. I didn't violate, but,
So maybe it's the locals that are the culprits.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be the locals that
but,
are
you know,
the culprits.
honestly, I went up there a couple of months ago, and I think Center Outdoors was having one of their hikes up there.
Oh, you were up there
And it
too,
was
right?
congested, and, you know, I just pulled ahead where you normally go, because I hadn't been up there in a while, and then I realized, oh, that's right, the shell pit, and we went back, but it was difficult to turn around up there. And I just think announcing that it's a Mount Nittany Trail parking place up ahead, and I think putting the toilet in there, the portable toilet's very hospitable, and that would draw people in. And the sign that indicates that that's in there, that would be super helpful. It makes it more of a sort of, because usually trailhead parking is at the trailhead. This is a trailhead parking a distance away, you don't even see the trailhead, so I think there just needs to be a little more clarity. That's my only suggestion.
A follow-up to Susan's, and yeah, verbiage and everything. I think trailhead parking is more effective than parking area.
Yeah, I think so, just indicating, because parking area could be, that's exactly.
what?
And even Mount Nittany trailhead parking, just so.
Yeah,
because
well, I
we
think,
get a lot.
I think they get the Mount Nittany part.
Okay.
But the trail, because then you try to get too much on a sign, then it's too small, and then it's not
That's a good
effective
point.
and everything. But, so I think the substitution of trailhead for area would be a good one.
And if you don't want to have to do that on all the signs that are there now, just maybe announce it before the curve.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, maybe before Pearl Lane, we could add one that says trail parking, follow signs, or something like that, because then they can follow the rest of the signs that we have that say parking.
Yeah, because, yeah, just put those up not so long ago, right?
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll get it right someday.
someday.
Everything else I agree with.
That's it.
The only question I had, and it was already touched on, or they alluded to it, is understanding there may be a few parking spaces, just a no parking beyond this point. Because how many spaces are you really losing going up towards, I mean, 2, 3, it'll just guide everybody to the parking area.
I think you can get about 8 up there.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Something like that.
Still-
Yeah, beyond
I mean,
that,
that's
right.
minimal then in comparison.
So if you're local, you know,
Yeah,
residents benefit, you know, that kind of stuff.
Local, it's a bonus.
You gotta have the local
I was
pass.
I was thinking maybe on the signs out from 480 to Mount Nittany,
If you know, you know.
no parking
Hometown
ahead.
discount.
Because, I mean, I'm just seeing, like, where you're adding all the signs, I mean, if you're driving that far up, I think you want to limit folks from going that far up. So just say no
Yeah.
parking beyond this point.
It's kind of like road construction, local traffic only.
That's just a thought. It's, I mean, no heartburn if you want to add all the signs, but that was just a thought.
Okay, thanks. Okay, did you get what you need?
I did, thank you.
All right. All right, we'll move on to NB2. COG program plan. Ah, I see our guest of honor. Yes.
I'll introduce this.
All right.
Each and every year, we have basically 2 of these meetings where we are providing council comments back to COG, one for the program plan, which precedes the development of the COG annual budget, and we do it again once the COG budget is submitted and referred to the municipalities for review. And so this year is no exception. We have the program plan that has been forwarded on to the municipalities for comment. The Executive Director, Eric Nuremberg of COG, is here this evening with us. He had provided municipal staff with essentially a comment page or matrix, if you will. Both Bob Long, the College Township Finance Director, and myself have offered to council some preliminary thoughts. Bob from his perspective as Finance Director for College Township, and I from my perspective as manager, and they are here in front of you this evening. I had cautioned or warned Dustin as chair that there's never a good way. We've yet to find a good way to efficiently move through these, but I will leave it to council to determine how best they want to try to address each of these individual elements that have been identified as part of the matrix for comment back to COG, and how you would like to move forward with that.
Yeah, so COG's asking for a ranking. Is that what's going on?
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations, Mr. Chair. Welcome
Thank you.
back, Anthony. Good to see you all. We're actually asking for consensus comments,
Okay.
feedback, if you will, on each of these items. This year, we are trying to improve the budget process. I asked our agency directors to limit requests that would need to be considered over and above the baseline of just what would normally be status quo plus, nominal increases to the current level of service and budget. So these 10 items are those proposed additions for a variety of reasons, and they're aligned with the COG priorities that were discussed and approved earlier this year. The priority rankings that you see listed are from the agencies, because a couple of the agencies have more than one item presented. There's 4 from Center Region Parks and Rec, for example. So I'd be happy to be here answering questions, but as your township manager indicated, we're looking for consensus feedback from the whole council, anything from we support this or we oppose this to some narrative that conveys the sense of the council. And I know there may be questions. I'll be happy to answer any of those. Jim Saylor and Jim May are with us online because of the items that relate to the CCMPO that you'll find partway through the agenda. So let me know how I can help.
Okay, thanks, Eric. All right, so let's just go top to bottom. This is how it's arranged for us. And we have the comments from our staff, and we'll go around the ring and give our comments and see where we can reach consensus. So the first one's from the Office of Administration Budget. Susan, we'll start out with you.
So reviewing this last night, this is my first budget season with the COG. So I'll look forward to hearing the comments of my fellow council members who've done this before, and that will help also inform my thinking as we go through this. So what I read in this, I did look at the compensation, the report that was put out, and went through that and could see that we do have COG employees that are not currently at the market minimum for the work that they're doing now that it's been quantified and determined. So I do support bringing those employees up to the minimum that's possible, and I understand that the pay grade will give them some room to move up through the grade in their job, in their positions. It's a lot of money, and I looked at this in conjunction with your final comments, Adam, that reflect what kind of tax increase that would represent for the township as part of our contribution. So there are some other items as we go further through the report that I'll have questions on. Some of the other positions that include funding positions that would be dedicated to obtaining grant funding, which obviously is important, but I'm in support as Adam is. And then I guess my only other question, again, new to the budget process, Mr. Long made a comment that he's not in favor of using one-time money, the insurance reserve fund. So if there's anyone who would like to help me understand that would be helpful. So that's my comment.
Anyone want to speak to Susan's question there?
I can start, and then your chair of the COG Finance Committee can add comments as well to that. When staff worked on developing the implementation proposal, we recognized that financially it may be necessary to try and phase in some way or another the impact of the additional costs of the salaries. And one of the comments and discussion points last year during the budget process was that the fund balance for the insurance reserve seemed too high for what is necessary from year to year. So the suggestion offered by the previous finance director and then processed with our interim finance director, our HR officer, and myself, was to respond to that comment, observation, use a little bit of the insurance reserve as a way to soften and kind of phase in the implementation so as to provide for the recommendation to get staff to market as soon as possible while softening the impact on municipal budgets rather than phasing in the implementation for staff and having them go longer without reaching the market compensation. I will note, several of you have seen the presentation already. Some of you have not. The presentation is scheduled for the general forum meeting on Monday night. So if you have detailed questions about the study itself, the staff person at GovHR who did the study will be there Monday night. We'll also be able to talk more in detail about the implementation plan and other options that might be up for consideration, but I hope that answers your question.
The only other question I have, though, is that makes sense to me. Why is Mr. Long, he's not here, but Adam, do you have a sense of why he would be opposed to that?
I'm going to defer to the chair of the finance committee on that. I know that those conversations have occurred.
Well, I mean, my take on it was that it's only there once, right? So
Well, sure.
what for following years, basically makes up that difference.
That's
Is that-
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. There's, the one-time dollars as a concept in general, if you use it now,
Sure.
and especially with personnel type stuff, unless you're gonna fire them after the end of the year, is gonna
makes
be
great
right,
sense.
is gonna be right there,
Makes great
and again
sense.
and again and again.
Yeah.
So, the insurance reserve is an interesting
Okay.
conundrum because it has grown out of the wellness of the COG staff primarily, and everything. What also makes it interesting is that it is not consistent with the policies of the various municipal members, in that some municipalities don't have any insurance reserve.
Right.
Or smoothing. The intent of the insurance reserve was to smooth premium increases, decreases, rather than ride the roller coaster.
Okay.
Some municipalities have a fund that they smooth with, some do not. College does not. They ride the roller coaster, but it's been reasonable and everything. So the big thing, the money that's in the insurance reserve is primarily previous municipal dollars.
Okay.
So you've already made the investment in there. And the intent wasn't necessarily to use it as one-time dollars, but to use it as a transition to the full impact of the compensation study.
Understood.
And then this was especially discussed at last year's budget because there were some folks that wanted to go harder into the insurance reserve to reduce the increase in last year's budget. And there was a discussion that said, no, we know this comp study's coming, and if we're gonna tackle insurance reserve more, let's use it to transition into
So it
this
didn't
bigger.
happen last year?
Well, there was 200,000, about 200,000 that was taken down, but there's still a sizable
Okay.
amount there. And again, depending on your perspective, from College Township, every dollar that's in the insurance reserve is more than we carry. Some of the other ones carry a little bit smaller.
That's helpful because I wasn't, and the insurance was not clear that it was the health
Right.
insurance fund, so that makes good sense. Thank you.
Okay.
And the only other comment
Thanks,
I would
Rich.
make is that the proposal was to use 100,000 in '24, 50,000 in '25 to kind of ratchet that down, kind of along the lines of what Rich was saying, easing into that is just a smoothing or a gradual slope as opposed to hitting it all at once.
Great. Well, thank you.
Anthony, comments on, we'll call this one 13 through 17.
Now, I was going to ask for a refresh of what is the insurance reserve fund. Rich just gave me the refresh of that to understand it a little bit better. I can support bringing folks up to the minimum range since they've done the study and so forth, and that's just fair. What I don't understand through Bob Long's comment is where he's saying that it's incomplete, and he'd like to see each of the recommendations. So I'm not sure what's incomplete, and I think only Bob can answer that.
Well, I think
You had a conversation.
Bob did bring it up during the Finance Committee meeting last week. There are 5 or 6 other non-compensation recommendations that really relate to more the administration of the plan going forward and strategies related to how you manage compensation and a compensation plan and things like that. And so based on Bob's suggestion, we are preparing and we'll have the packet available to present on Monday night, these other 4 or 5 items and what our plan is. They don't impact the implementation right away and the costs right away, because 2 or 3 of them we're doing either exactly what is recommended and they're saying keep doing it, or it's very similar. The one thing that will be noted in this presentation on Monday night is that the proposal is to place the ranges at the exact midpoint of what the market study showed. So we would be, halfway above and halfway below, and that's okay as a starting point, but that doesn't necessarily make us the employer of choice. It makes us, halfway below a lot of our competition and halfway above the rest of them. So a lot of times the consultant will say you should be maybe 65% of the midpoint, a little bit above the middle, so you're able to attract and retain. That's our goal, is to attract and retain quality staff, and giving us that little bit of competitive edge is one of those recommendations, to move over time from the 50%, the midpoint, to 65%. So that's something we would propose to talk with the HR committee and the finance committee over time to see, as the economy improves and other things stabilize, what is an appropriate point to look at doing that.
Thank you. And just another question, and if I missed it, so when they did the study, they did compare the center region as a whole as well with the other municipalities.
Correct. There are approximately 38 different organizations that were compared, including all of the municipal governments in the center region, and because we've got the one library in the center region, for example, there's comparisons to other libraries in the Commonwealth.
Okay. Excellent. Thanks, Eric. Thank you.
Rich?
Yeah. So we saw this last week. I referenced it in my finance report. I think for the question that's asked, should the implementation plan presented to the HR and executive committees and included in the budget request form be used? I would have to say personally no, based on the discussions that occurred at the finance committee, as well as our staff's comments and everything. I believe the best implementation is going to be utilizing a lot of tools in our tool bag. We talked about various things, and I don't want to, adjust too far, but I fully support getting staff, having a roadmap to get staff to a fair place. Absolutely in that. One other thing that I would throw in here, and only because I think this is the most appropriate place to throw it, is that College Township should once again urge the COG to use the same COLA formula that its members do. And that comes to roost just in the guideline this year. If you look at the guideline this year, under the COG plan, it's at 6.3%, whereas calculated via the Bureau of Labor standards is 3%. So the backside of that is that COG staff didn't get as much last year as they probably should have in everything. And this is kind of a catch up because it's an average of an average. And that's just not historically how that's done. So with the implementation of the plan is, in my opinion, the perfect time to fix that, to get on the same sheet with that, because we're already seeing who's being treated fairly, not being treated fairly, and put a roadmap in place to fix that.
Thanks, Rich.
Thanks.
Eric?
Well, I agree with Rich, the timing is right. normally you don't have these swings and these variations. The last couple of years have been a little bit odd. And I guess I'll be the lone dissenter here on the question. I don't understand if we're talking about a one-time adjustment to get people up to the bottom of this salary range, what the opposition is to using one-time funds. I would understand if you're using one-time funds to fund something that you're going to have to come back and fund every year. Yeah, logically that doesn't make sense. But unless I'm misunderstanding this, we're talking about a one-time bump in salary to get people to the bottom of the range, and there's opposition to using a one-time funding source to help do that. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay, good.
No, I think from Bob's comments is what that is.
That's where I'm drawing it from.
No. So the problem is, so you get them to the floor, you don't take them back down after.
Yeah.
So if you're using one-time dollars, those dollars are not available, so you would have to take them back down. It stays there and now has to be funded through the municipal contributions primarily. And so that's the concern.
But we've all agreed we're going to do it anyway, so I don't know.
Again, I don't think there's objection to, it's how you do it. You know, it's not what, it's the how probably as much. I think the insurance reserve is an outstanding opportunity to mitigate the cliff that if we did this all without that, we would be facing. Because we did a quick calculation, and if you put in all of that and everything, you're looking at about a 12% increase this year, and then, you know.
And also my understanding too, that the one-time use of the insurance reserve was for this year, not 2024, right? That would be happening this year.
Both. Yeah, we use some in '23. Staff is proposing some in '24, and I believe also '25? A little bit in '25.
A little bit in 25.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my mistake.
Two other quick comments now, because they're going to apply to every one of these, save some time down the road. Eric, the agency ranking, that's department ranking, right? Within a department?
Correct.
So each department has ranked?
Correct.
One of one.
Yeah.
We tried to use some prioritization to help, and so really Central Region Planning and Central Region Parks and Rec were the only ones that had multiple proposals to bring forward. So,
Okay.
So because we tried to only give you a few this year, we didn't have a really complex ranking process.
I think this is a step in the right direction. However, as I've always said, it's all about context. I would like to see, and this is just food for thought, agency-wide objectives, because we don't really know if Park and Rec's number one priority is more valuable than administrative or safety or fire. I mean, there are certain things, I look at the fire thing and I think, how can we say no?
Called wide is what you're saying,
Yeah, so I think they're all number ones, but at some point, and God, it pains me to think what you have to go through to get that consensus amongst 32 elected officials. It would be nice to come to them with agency-wide priorities, which means, you know, as the director, you kind of have to say, your number one priority is a little bit lower than this department's priority, so that we can understand in the total function of COG, because we're not coming in à la carte. We're in for all of the things. So, not a question, and doesn't need an answer. It was just an observation. The second one, though, is more directed to staff, and that is, I will continue to say this as we move through all of these. Context, again, to me, is relevant when I see the staff comment that says, this will increase College Township's obligation by X. Okay, I don't really know what that means without the context. I mean, internally, our budget, we've added people, we've added expenses in the township's budget. So it seems like, yeah, if we're going regional, you know, we're doing some things regional, those things are gonna cost more too. So I think if we're talking about context, maybe what might be helpful, in addition to that information, which is helpful, is in the township, our expenses went up by 6%, you know, in this area, and the COG expense increase is very consistent, or inconsistent, or whatever. Because the numbers alone, you think, wow, that's a lot of money, but is it? I mean, in the context of what we're buying and what it would cost us to do it if we didn't do, you know, that kind of thing. So I appreciate the numbers, but I don't know that they do much for me. And again, these are the numbers that staff provided, and there's one at the end that says our total COG contribution will go up X. That's probably the most important one. But again, I need context.
Right.
Because they all look good, like Rich said, yeah, all this stuff looks good. But in comparison to what? So that's my soapbox, I'm gonna sit down off that.
What I want to try to tweak out is, are you in support of how it's written or not?
On the first one, having heard further explanation, yes.
Yes. Now, Rich, you're saying no, though.
For the implementation
For the
plan as
implementation
presented, as
part, as
previously presented. Yeah.
Okay.
It sounded like we all, except for me, we were all on board with this, right?
No, I don't think,
Well,
no, not fully.
No, I mean, we're all on board with the staff, with the, what's written in here.
Here's the comments that, based on what I was listening to, that I wrote down. Council comment would be, bring employees up to minimum as required, period. Support roadmap for employee adjustments. Encourage standardized CPI calculation based on use of BLS formula. Include COG-wide priorities in addition to or in place of agency priorities. Those are the comments that I've heard here.
Yeah, the only one for the first one, I guess I need to clarify a little bit more.
The roadmap?
No, the roadmaps, we need a roadmap.
Okay.
But the bring up to a minimum, different people are in different places with those. So some people are real easy to, it's $500.
Right.
Do it.
Some people are a lot
Some
more.
are $5,000. Do it, but we can't do it all immediately, maybe. So what was discussed at finance was a potential dollar or percentage floor, and then, you know, still getting us there, but not all in year one, because the dollars are vastly different.
Yeah, I mean, if I could, I'll just add my comments at this time. I'm very much in agreement with Rich, you know, and having the ability to see the HR study probably earlier than most. I am 100% in support of getting folks' classification and compensation where they need to be, but we need to, I am not, the way this is written, right, it's kind of like tailing in that implementation plan, and I'm not in support of that because, frankly, we haven't shown support in the COG and the committees yet. So I am 100% in support of exploring other course of action, which I said in the HR meeting, and being presented with different courses of action to get our folks there. So I think that needs to be clearly stated and resounded throughout the COG that, you know, and I hear a lot of from colleagues in the COG, you know, throughout the region, yes, we support this, but, you know, it's the how that we're talking about right now. How does it get done?
And if I can clarify, when I was talking about minimum before, I was talking about the minimum. And Eric, you just pointed out that we would be at the 50%, in the 50% of the range. So does that change the amounts? Am I making sense? Look at me.
No, I think what the reference was is the 50%, when the survey work was completed, you had a wide range, okay? And what the consultant did was essentially boil that down into, here is your median.
Yeah.
And that's your 50%.
Right.
And that is what the takeoff then for the development of the actual wages was based in the study. Eric's point was that that might be okay, but it might be
Might be
even.
too low.
It might be a little low for what everyone's trying to achieve.
Got it.
So instead of the 50, it might be a 60, 65 or
Well,
something.
and on that note too, as you guys aptly pointed out when it was presented to us, that data is over a year old now too.
Yes.
Right? Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
so you may not even be getting to the median in today's,
Got it.
standard.
Okay.
Well, in order to get people roughly, where they need to be January 1st, we would need to do the range adjustments along with COLA to get everybody, to bring that 2022 data to current levels.
Right.
And that was one of the questions brought up by an elected official elsewhere. Well, does it make sense to give COLAs to somebody that just got the market adjustment? Well, yes, it does, because we need to keep that market data and market adjustment current, or we'll be back in the same predicament within a few years. So the benefit of the study is that we're getting the tools and training so that we can administer this going forward for any changes for current staff, any new staff that are hired, new positions that are filled, that sort of thing. So we can try and keep this current and fresh and reliable for a number of years going forward. And so, but to be able to do that year after year, we need a reliable cost of living adjustment as well, or refreshing market data along the way if that can't be possible. But one or the other needs to happen to avoid getting us back in this predicament.
Right, Mr. Chair, if Mr. Org, one of the follow-on tasks with this, I forget the terminology you used, but basically it's band compression, concern about band compression.
Right, there's some equity issues, some wage compression within some of the ranges, because somebody who maybe has been with the COG for a number of years, currently in their range, but the new range, as it has slides, they will be near the low end of the range instead of the high end, and bringing somebody who's less tenured up to the minimum of that range will put them very close together. And so addressing the wage compression issue is phase 2, and you'll hear about that from Becca and me on Monday night as well, and the consultant. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments on this? It doesn't sound like we have consensus on it.
Do or doesn't?
It doesn't to me.
Well, let me,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, review.
I was just going to say, from what you had stated, and I have a better understanding because I must have misunderstood in the beginning when you were saying, when I said minimum, I wasn't thinking midpoint, but what you had stated makes sense to go up to the midpoint, especially if it's a year old now, to just bring everything, it's a little bit stale, if you will. But, so which committee would be in charge of the roadmap? I would agree with what you're saying. There needs to be a roadmap and not everything hit all at once, but we progress to that. Which committee would be in charge of that finance?
I think if I read my COG general form agenda correctly, there was
I haven't read it yet.
There was a suggestion that the finance committee might lead that with staff, work with staff on that.
So what I have written as council comments, first comment, clearly support the results of the study.
The
Correct.
findings.
Findings.
Is that a better word?
Yeah,
Sure.
that's a good word.
Findings of the
Did
study.
you say accept or support?
Clearly support
Support the
the
findings.
findings of the study. Bring employees up to a minimum in 1 or more years as practicable. Support a roadmap for employee adjustments. Encourage the standardized CPI calculation based on the BLS formula, and then the COG priority point, which was include COG-wide priorities in addition to or in place of agency priorities.
Okay. So do we have
Or in
consensus
addition
around
to.
those
Yeah,
comments?
that's a general comment meant for all of us.
Well, I put a star here, so I may end up adding that like at the
Yeah.
end.
I think it's
under
pertinent
general.
in this comment, because, I mean, if I were to venture to guess that this would be the number one,
Yeah.
the COG, right?
I mean, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
Some years, some departments, number 3 might be more important to all of us in that given year than another department's number 1.
No, I understand. I marked this so that that could be captured
Yeah.
in the very last
Yeah, I mean, that's
portion
a
of the
nice
matrix.
Well, and I think Eric's the best person to bring that forward, because he's got his,
Okay, so we have consensus around what Adam read back to us. All right, let's move on to the next one, do the same thing. So this is one of one. Yeah,
Could, to Eric's point, I would say Eric with the executive committee,
right.
you know,
Yeah.
so, but they are they would be the most appropriate to set the priorities for the COG.
that vetting process should happen internal to that right there, him and finance, and not at the individual council
Well,
meetings.
you know, once we get our process established here, we can just go ahead and, you know,
Yeah.
help calling out with our priorities,
Sure,
establishing,
sure.
you know, elected officials setting priorities, right? Sure. Let's do that.
We'll sell it,
We'll sell it, yeah. We'll just gift it to them.
be consultants.
Yeah. All right, so the next one is a one of one again. This is the Center Region Code Administration, existing structures, Regional Fire Protection Program, operating budget. All right, so Anthony.
I'm definitely in support of that. Anything that would assist in keeping our community safe from that perspective. I think this is an area similar to what Eric was saying before, where we're saying it increases our obligation by 43,000. We have to look at what we're gaining from that. So that number's really minimum in comparison to it.
All right,
That's-
good.
yeah.
Rich?
This is outstanding. The way, the creativity, the cooperation between agencies, everything towards the greater good for the community, this is great.
Eric?
What Rich said,
Yeah, what they said. Susan?
What they said.
Yeah, okay. That one was easy. Moving on. All right, so this is from the Regional Planning Agency, so this is just a ranking one. There is only one, right? Yeah, one here again. All right, Rich, we'll start with you. AmeriCorps position.
It doesn't move the needle that much, and if it moves our planning more than that exponentially, I'm all for it.
Eric?
yeah, I agree with the staff comments.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I see, obviously, you know, the folks that work in this every day see it, right? There's more and more obligations for planning, right? This isn't a big, heavy lift, so I'm in support.
I'm in support as well.
Anthony?
Agree.
All right.
Could I ask
Follow-up,
Mr.
Rich,
Norberg,
yeah.
just a quick question? Is this in the same vein, I think it was last year's budget, they start blending. We're trying to, planners aren't sitting out on the street waiting to happen. We talked about growing our own planners. Is this in that vein a little bit?
Not exactly. It's been called the AmeriCorps Vista program.
Right.
So it's a service opportunity that has federal funding behind this. So the local amount that is paid leverages some federal support. And the number is, because it would start in August, there's actually costs in 2024 carried into 25. So it's a small amount, and we're hoping we're able to leverage some talent that comes in, is enthusiastic, is able to help the sustainability planner do a lot more. There's a long list of things that would keep this individual busy. The borough has had success using AmeriCorps staff in the past. It's a one-year position. I believe it could be renewed, and it could be something that grows into something longer, depending on the individual. But there's a lot of maybes there. But But you're right, we're struggling to fill the planner position that's been vacant now for about a year or so. We do need to be looking creatively at how we grow some talent locally too.
Right, so if we give them a reason to come here, they might actually find they like it and hang around.
Yeah, I mean, it's investing in the future, right?
And
Absolutely.
it's taking an opportunity too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like it.
Okay, anything else? All right, Adam, you got what you need from that one?
I did.
All right, Center County Metropolitan Planning Organization. We have 1, 2, 3 here. All right. And then, so their agency ranking, they didn't put their number 1 on here? Is that what I see?
Well,
So for center region planning, one you just discussed, it's
Yeah.
the first priority for some
Oh, I
of the reasons you
gotcha.
gave. And then the next.
All right, so
three
these are
in-
subset of okay, gotcha. Yeah, confused there. Just saw it as you were saying it. Answer my own question. All right, so the next one, consulting support and long-range transportation plan. Eric, this is a good one for you to start out on.
Thanks. 2 questions. Mike, did the MPO engage a consultant to help you the last time you worked through this process?
It's been mixed.
It's been what?
It's been mixed. I don't want to step on Jim's Sailor's toes with this, but there were a couple updates of the long-range plan that were done fully in-house. Prior to the first one I did, it was a mix. I did a couple in-house, and then the last one had consulting support and staff. So it's been kind of a mix of how it's been handled.
So when you're doing it, consulting help isn't needed?
Have you met him?
I'm just teasing.
No,
I'm just
no,
teasing.
and honestly,
Unless it's a passive
some of it's
campus.
the magnitude of the
Yeah,
update.
and that's
too.
what I was segueing into my second comment, and it has to do with Adam's comment here. And I want to make sure I understand this. Adam, the staff comment, it's necessary capacity to pursue funding opportunities. Just want to draw the distinction between the investment here and the investment in the next 2 that we're talking about. While the LRTP is important to have that lined up if you're going after grant money, that's not necessarily the type of consulting engagement that we're talking about in this particular one. My understanding is it's just consulting work to help us get through that process.
I would defer to Jim, but
Okay.
I think you're on the right path.
Is that correct, Jim? Jim Saylor or Jim May?
That's a reasonable approach, yeah. That we're talking about a different skill set between these 2, although we might be, working with the same team to be able to provide it.
Okay,
When we're talking about this assistance, it's the ability to do things like update the travel demand model and, take on some of those more technical tasks that are a little bit beyond the experience and skill range of our day-to-day staff.
okay. Thanks. I support this. I just wanted that clarification.
Yeah, thanks for your questions and clarification. I support it. I feel better about supporting it now, too. Susan?
Support.
Anthony?
Same.
Rich?
Yes, I support.
Okay. All right, so the next one is the grants specialist. We'll just keep going with you to start out on these ones.
All right. I think it's important to talk about 3 and 4 together because there's a bit of overlap and they do complement each other. It's not so much an à la carte thing. In this case, we're talking about contracted help. Or no, this is the one that's talking about in-house help.
Yeah, the first one is in-house, the second.
Right, the second one is contracted help. And maybe I might ask Jim or Jim to weigh in on this. But I'd like to see the municipalities support both of these together and not look at them as à la carte, because in a very general terms, if you drop to 4 and you support the contracted help, there's still resources needed in-house to manage the grants and administer the grants and the revenue that the contracted help brings in. So the two kind of interdependent. Not saying you couldn't do some things with just the contracted help, but the staff itself is already maxed out in many areas, and just going out and getting additional grant money, there's still going to be work involved, fall to the MPO staff to administer the grants and track them. So, I mean, that's a very general statement regarding both of those. I just want people to understand that there is some overlap, and they do complement each other. I think Jim Saylor, Jim May, would you agree with that?
Yeah, there are pieces, a complement is a great word for the way these fit together. You can think of the in-house position as the person that's going to build this process, that's going to become our resident expert, that will be learning the projects and the programs and kind of taking that big picture view. When you get to the point where you've selected your projects, you've determined what program you're going after, that's where you're bringing on the consulting support. That's where you need maybe, if it's a protect program application to address a flooding problem, you need someone who can run a hydrological analysis. If it's a project that bundles a couple of bridge projects together, you need a bridge engineer. If it's a signals project, you need someone who's over on the TISMO side of things. But it's trying to give ourselves both sides of that coin, where in bringing on the staff position, we bring in a generalist who really knows Center County and the needs of the region. But in bringing in the consulting help, we give them access to the type of export resources they're going to need, that once we've selected the right project, to make the most compelling application possible to advance it to funding.
Okay, let me add two more thoughts then on these together. First of all the municipalities are going to have to, all participating municipalities are likely going to have to agree to this, and there is going to be concern from other municipalities about hiring permanent staff that we may not be able to support if the bill legislation and the funding opportunities don't continue beyond the 5-year period that we're already 2 years into. The truth is that Center Region Planning Agency and MPO has had trouble hiring and maintaining staff. There's been a pattern of attrition over the past half dozen years or so already. So while I'm not saying that's not a concern, these positions can be hired under that condition. And as we've seen, if the pattern continues, attrition will solve, people are coming on as senior planners, attrition will solve, could potentially solve any issues should you run into a case where that pot of money is no longer out there, that you're hiring people and employing people and contracting people to go after. So I just want to mention that, because that's a legitimate concern and it's going to come up. But I just ask people to look at the reality of the situation, and it's been a rather fluid staffing challenge going on over the last couple of years. And then the last thing is to point out in-house, what we're doing is not dissimilar. I mean, Mike has, even with the contract work we're going to do with the Delta, there's work that needs to be done in-house to support that. And this is a very similar thing at the MPO level.
Okay. Rich?
I have varying thoughts about this. I do respect the manager's comment about the long-term bringing on of staffing and stuff, but I also have a respect for that if we don't have enough resources, it makes it very difficult to be done. and I'm torn in two different directions. I think based on what I've heard from COG staff, I could potentially support ranking 3, getting that person on board and putting the processes in place and everything like that before we try to go bringing contract in is one element. So like maybe 2024 is the specialist and 2025 is the consulting support for all of that. Or the other thought is support number 4, because you're going to hit the ground running. You don't have a hiring process. You have a RFQ type process probably. You get more. You could potentially get moving faster with it. And then I think that based on the success of that, you're going to show the need for the additional staffing position to support that because of success, or not support it because of lack of success, kind of thing. So I'm really torn on these two, and I'd like to hear from other members.
Okay, Anthony?
I can understand what Rich is saying, but I think I'm gonna, towards Eric, I think they all complement one another.
Okay. Anything else? Susan?
I can see how they complement one another. It's very difficult to operationalize projects, and that's a full-time job. But getting them funded is also, and getting them funded well. I've heard in conversations we've had in executive session and also in council, how important it is to have that consulting support to get the best opportunity to get the grants. Without the grants, the projects don't happen. I can, though, see that I think there's some value in what Rich has shared about recognizing, being able to try and do both, but do it in a staged manner. That starting with the consultant and getting the funding in place, and then establishing the need for the fully paid position, the full-time paid position. There's value in that as well. So I think I fall closer with Rich on this one right now.
Okay. Yeah, my comments are, respecting everybody's comments, and absolutely seeing how they can complement one another, but looking at, feasibility in year 2024, and I kind of lean towards, one or the other, and my lean would be towards, getting that consulting support first. If we were to defer anything to 2025 or defer the grants specialist. Okay, any follow-up comments before I ask the manager to read back, what he has or gained from us? Or he hasn't been taking notes?
I don't think he got a consensus.
Maybe I should write something down.
Well, there's that.
Or, any further staff comments on these two, since we're considering?
I would just like to reiterate that I absolutely understand what you're saying with complementary and stuff. I'm looking at this as much in line with taking care of our, my priorities are taking care of the existing staff first. And so that's factoring into my analysis of these two.
Yeah, and to that point, Rich, is why I lean towards the consulting support first, rather than bringing on another employee when we're already trying to figure out how to take care of who we have already.
And I think Eric has made the point that it's very difficult for me to understand where this falls in the COG priorities. These are the agency priorities, but understanding how this fits. I know my priority right now is the staff compensation and the regional fire protection. So those are two very important priorities for me. But then the Parks and Rec, the planning, understanding that better would be helpful for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I was glad you were the first person to make the comments. I was hoping it would work out that way.
Well, let me make one more comment then. Rich's comments were spot on, and these were exact kind of things that came up in the bill subcommittee as we debated what to recommend, what to bring forth, because he's exactly right. You could, with the help of a consultant, start going after money right away. You wouldn't have the staff support in-house, you know, you're already maxed out, but you could show a return a lot quicker. And for the reasons he noted, getting the staff in-house, you'd probably also gain some benefit, but it would take longer, but then the foundation would be set. The other piece to this is a little bit different because the MPO is a county-wide entity.
Right.
So we're talking about going after projects, many of which might be well outside the boundaries of College Township. So if you wanted to take that, you know, if you wanted to look at it that way, and I'm not suggesting you do, in fact, I would rather you didn't, you know, you have that aspect of it. On the other hand, we've had some discussions about a potentially very expensive project within College Township that would have a profound impact on us here locally. We're not getting that project done on our own.
Right.
It's only going to be done through the MPO, through the 12-year plan, through the TIP, and with some professional access probably to some discretionary funding, a very, very big chunk. So I mean, there's different ways to look at this on how this investment directly impacts College Township. You know, we're talking about a project within our boundaries that could be in excess of $50 million. So this type of investment requires you not to be looking at it like we look at COG, but even broader than that, looking at or improvements, this kind of investment to access improvements outside our boundaries that will affect our residents who travel outside the boundaries. So it's a little bit tougher, and it almost really should be on a different tier of evaluation, I think, than some of the other COG. So I think what we're going to end up with is maybe coming back and reacting to what the other municipalities say.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling there are going to be differing opinions as this goes through each municipality. So I don't know that our comments need to be specific and definitive. If you're looking for consensus, maybe hit the comment.
Mr. Chair, this is Jim May. I don't mean to interrupt, but may I add a couple of comments?
Yes, Jim, please.
Yeah, thank you. I want to bring up a couple of points about, we'd like to be able to give you some financial information on what College Township contributes to the COG currently, and that's about $25,000 annually into a $630,000 budget. So we think that's a pretty fair amount of money for the township to pay. And Eric brought up the fact that projects are countywide because an MPO is charged with building a countywide transportation system. So, you know, the I-90 interchange benefits everybody in the county and everybody who's on an interstate highway coming through here. It has an impact on economic development and a lot of other things that we can't measure that we think are beneficial to all residents in this community. And also, going forward, PennDOT has permanent funding programs that we're hoping that the staff person could continue to provide applications for, particularly for the municipalities that are different than yours, that don't necessarily have the professional skills to do an application. So the first part of this is to have this person do training, work with the municipalities on a regular basis, try to figure out what projects they have, if they're a viable project, and what bucket of funding it should go to. So we're trying to build that capacity in the communities in Center County as well. So we think we'd like the opportunity to provide you some more information. And also, you know, our first choice would be to hire a staff person. If we can't do that, we think we might need to bump up that consulting a little bit more, because staff time does get eroded by consultants. They come to you all the time and ask for information, and I think your staff can confirm that. So I just wanted to add those pieces of information. And the other thing is, we have been, Ferguson Township supported the position as requested, as did Patton Township. So I think some of your peers have seen the value of this, and I hope that we can convince you that it's going to be a good position as well. We're going to measure the success of the program, how much this brings in terms of grants over the number of years that we have. And if it doesn't work, we're prepared to say that it doesn't work, and we can address those issues in a few years. But there's permanent sources of funding from PennDOT, so it's not just about the bill legislation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mike, I'd like Mike to chime in with his municipal hat.
Sure, no, and actually Jim leaned into kind of one of the questions that I had, and it goes to, the current staff capacity and how the staff is structured for those that maybe aren't aware. You have 4 dedicated planners, 3 housed in Center Region Planning and 1 housed at the county. And I guess this is a question as much for Jim Saylor and Jim May as anything is do any of those staff at this juncture have any bandwidth to, if the ultimate decision ends up being something of consulting support, is there bandwidth to at least bridge the gap, kind of an approve it year or approve it 2 years to show the need for that grant specialist, grant manager position? I can't answer that. I don't, I haven't been day to day with the MPO realistically for 5 years. So I guess Jim Saylor, it's a question for you. How bad is your staff getting beat up at the moment, and is there any bandwidth within the existing capacity?
So I hate to give you a very short answer of no, but to support that a little bit, so this fall, we're developing an implementation plan for the strategic plan that we just committed. We're also kicking off a active transportation plan that's an update to the 2015 Center Region Bike Plan and trying to extend that to a countywide basis. And we've got the request in that you noted earlier for consulting support on a long-range transportation update because we're working on that at the same time. And in this same path, we've got a TIP update that has to be adopted for next year. So I would be very hesitant to say that we could commit a credible amount of staff resources to this.
And I appreciate that, Jim. Like I said, from my perspective, I honestly just didn't know kind of where staff was at. I knew there was a lot on the plate. I just didn't know how full the plates were.
I'm just going to add a comment here, just based off of what Sue said, and it came up before, and then we'll go to you, Rich. I just can't get behind hiring all these folks unless I get a context in where it sits in the entire COG. How important is this thing in the entire COG? You can't pay for everything. That's why we're having this conversation. Go ahead, Rich.
No, that's a great point, but actually, based on what I heard from Jim and what I'm hearing for staffing and everything like that, and what's already in the queue, without adding anything else more, I go back to my original premise of 2024, the position, 2025, setting the table in 24 with the specialist, assuming you're going to get one hired, and then 25 pull on the consultant to go even more. Unfortunately, that's been a recurring problem in various things where the pedal's to the metal, but the support isn't there. And so I think we should avoid that, and that's why I actually strengthened my suggestion that those two should be separated at least by a year.
Mr. Chair, just
Go ahead, Mike.
one additional question. And again, recognizing the unique nature of the MPO as a countywide organization embedded in a center region planning or center region COG. One of the factors or one of the voices that I think would be really helpful to hear is the county. Recognizing it's a shared staff between the two, kind of where the county commissioners fall on this. And I don't know, Jim or Eric, if those discussions have happened at this point.
We've begun those discussions. In fact, a week ago tomorrow, three of us, our interim finance director with the county, having this same conversation almost about how to move this forward. And and that we were going through this review with the municipalities, and we wanted the staff there to be able to be, you know, assessing their capacity and how this would fit in with their budgeting as we are at the same time. So we didn't want to be too far ahead or too far behind each other, so that at some point we'll get to the point of being able to say, yeah, this is something we can jointly fund. And this is one reason why this particular, or the MPO proposals are hard to mesh in with, you know, where does it fit within the overall COG, because this has incentive funding allocations, and the MPO is jointly funded with the county.
Hey, could I follow up on that, something real quick here before we move off this? Or?
Yeah. Yeah.
It occurred to me that probably should have started with a few more basics here. We're comparing this, Rich's comment, to the COG and catching up to where we're behind. This is a little bit different in that there is an unprecedented, and I mean unprecedented, amount of discretionary transportation funding sitting out there to be had. We're already almost 2 years into it. Somebody's going to get it. The folks who are going to get it are the folks who are doing what we're doing right now and staffing up, ramping up, whether it's staff or consultant. They're getting, I mean, I'm getting emails on a regular basis. There's not enough applications for these sources of funding right now. So this is a little bit different than what we're talking about at the COG level. This is a finite opportunity for an unprecedented amount of money, transportation, but there's pretty broad definitions for a lot of these. You can get sidewalks, bike paths, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with this money. So this isn't really the same in that sense. Do we want to try to take advantage of this opportunity as a countywide MPO or not? Somebody's going to get that money. Why not us? And, you know, the other difference is, yeah, we're investing in what we hope is going to leverage 10, 100 times that in return in value in transportation projects. Some of them directly impacting College Township, some of them indirectly. You know, the I-99 interchange is done through the MPO. There's some pretty savvy decision-making with assistance from the district office, Karen Michael and her staff, to bring a huge amount of money to Pennsylvania to complete that. You know, this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. It's a little bit different than what we're talking about in that sense. It's a finite opportunity, and it's an extraordinary amount of money that's available out there. And we can sit around and talk about, well, you know, we should stage it, or maybe we can't afford it and then that opportunity is going to go away. And I personally don't want to be the person that said we let that get away, we let that opportunity get away from us.
Opportunities aren't guarantees, that's the
That's
problem.
true.
That's the problem.
Somebody's going to get it.
Somebody is gonna get it. And there will be many factors involved with it, not just your staffing or your, you know, good or bad.
That grant specialist is going to be a COG employee, right? Or are they going to be sitting in the county?
Yet to be determined.
It would be a COG employee
Okay.
on the COG payroll, but jointly funded on the same formula as the MPO is funded.
Yeah. Okay. So when we start talking HR, right, which is a lot of what's in here, now that, you know, it brings it back into that COG formula, right? I mean, I 100% agree what you're saying as far as going for the funding, but it also, you know, brings in that consideration for having an employee on. And I think that's where we were going with those comments. That's all I'm trying to clarify. Sorry about that. Okay, so do we have enough to move on from these into the parks? Comments from the manager?
I don't know that we had a
Assistant manager?
consensus.
Well,
I don't think we do.
the closest that I came to on 69-70 was pursue this position, the CCMPO Transportation Grant Specialist. before securing consulting support. Although, mind you, that's not where we started out. We started out exactly the opposite with comments, but we came back to what I thought was a consensus of council to pursue the grant specialist position before securing consulting support. And it's a consensus comment, it's not a unanimous comment.
It doesn't have to have a union, yeah.
No, but we have to have something
Yeah.
of consensus.
Well, I mean, that's what I have written down. I mean,
Yeah.
and Mike can help me at any point to interpolate what he's hearing as well.
Well, to your point, Adam, I heard a mix around the table, and valid reasons for all of them. To me, it boils down to do you do them both, or which of the two is your priority? And, again, there's strong arguments for each of those scenarios. For us as a municipality, it becomes a bit of a budget question, and, to Eric's point, which is a good one, what's the opportunity cost too?
Let me make a quick comment here. And it goes back to something that Eric mentioned in the very first topic that we talked about. He talked about context. And it's difficult to make some of these decisions without context. Let me take a stab at explaining what the context is of the staff recommendations that you're getting. All of these issues are policy issues, period. They're all policy. They have nothing to do with municipal managers or other municipal staff. These are all policy issues. Council, other elected officials set policy. Staff is giving you the benefit of whatever potential insight that we might have to some of these issues, but that primarily focuses on dollars and cents. This is all policy. So if there is a willingness on the part of College Township to pursue both of these things simultaneously, that's a policy decision. That's fine. There's no issue from a staff perspective in terms of the comments. The only thing that staff is trying to point out here and what we have provided you is that ultimately those things need to be paid for. This appears to be how these things might impact your budget.
Right.
The decision to do them is, you need to make, that's policy. You guys have got to make that policy call.
Yeah.
And we can try to help from staff, but our input here is going to be limited to, frankly, some dollars and cents and a little bit of the understanding that we have with respect to the organization.
Yeah, thanks for that, Adam. So let's go around the horn again. Let's talk about if you support both or just one, and we'll come back around and say which one would be your priority. And if you say you just support one, just say which one's your priority, actually. So let's start with Anthony, one or both?
I think that, I think they complement one another.
So both. Susan?
I think I support supporting the consultant first.
Okay. So one, consultant first. So I'm supporting one, and then I'm just gonna go based off the staff ranking. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say, they say they're ranking number 3 for their grant specialist, I'm gonna go with what they said. Eric?
Yeah, I support both, but if we're trying to reach a consensus, I agree. Also because of the ranking, but also because you can scale the consultant help.
Right.
Okay.
You're either all in or not with the staff help, but the consultant, you can scale it.
So
forth.
Mr. Chair, if I may, they complement one another, but to your point, if I had to pick one, it would be 3 grant specialists.
Okay, good, thanks for that
Well-
clarification.
It would be the grant specialist,
Correct.
Anthony?
Yeah,
Got it.
You had to choose one. Rich?
No, this is a great discussion, and to Adam's point about providing the dollars increase, that was a concern in the COG budget last year, is that in a vacuum, people say, yeah, that sounds great. Oh, you're giving it a face, and that's important for us to make these policy decisions. Another argument is, all of this is justified, can be justified, without question. It's just, there are dollars and cents involved to it, and we gotta make decisions. And, you know, to me, from what I heard from staff, is that the most benefit they would get as fast as possible would if they had more bandwidth, and that comes under number 3, their agency ranking number 3.
Well, Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, Susan.
Given the compelling discussion now, I would say I would agree unanimously
Okay.
with
Right, so I think we're at
That makes it easier.
consensus-wise, you know, some of us would support both, but if we had to only support one, we would say we would go with number 3. Is that correct?
It would be the grant specialist?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've got the count at 3-2 after
Yeah.
some scribbling here on, as far as the consensus.
Yes.
And I probably muddied it to start because I
No.
argued both ways at the beginning, so,
All right, yeah, I mean, that happens, right?
yep.
Well, you made good points for both, and I think they fed the discussion.
very good
So
points.
the
Everybody had it.
comment that I had originally read to you still stands.
Yeah,
Pursue this position, grant specialist, before securing consulting services.
Yeah,
Okay, so that makes the comment to 7172, agency rank 4, on consulting services, delay consulting services until 2025.
there it is. Or as soon as practical.
Okay.
well, unless the county wants to pay for a lot
Sure.
of it.
Or opportunity. I mean, it may be opportunity driven as well.
Is that, I didn't hear somebody say specifically delay. I thought we agreed if both wasn't feasible, let's pursue the first one. And then
What adjective would you like me to use?
it was the number. It was suggesting that it be put off till next year.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying as practical. I think you objected to 2025 for the con.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's,
Okay, and I've scratched that, so,
Yeah.
okay, I thought you were objecting to the delay.
No.
Okay,
To the
so
number
delay consulting
2025.
service until practicable. Is that
Yeah,
good?
that's fine. Anything,
Yeah,
want some
until
wiggle
you-
room.
yeah. It might be
some wiggle
practical
room.
tomorrow.
Yeah, the opportunity.
Tomorrow's
Yeah.
not 2025.
I got it.
Okay.
I'm with you. I thought it was the delay.
Yeah, I get
I
behind
thought it
that.
was the delay.
No,
No.
I got it.
I
It
get
was the
behind that.
finite
Got it.
number we placed on the delay.
Okay, so we got through those.
Okay, so we got Parks and Rec next. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 positions here. So number 1 is a full-time staff assistant position to split across the active adult center and CRPR admin to assist with critical needs. Anthony, we'll go with you first.
Well, I wondered if someone can define critical needs.
So there are times at the Active Adult Center when multiple things are happening, or we have staff out for illness or vacation or something else, and we have very limited staffing to support the seniors there, and it's important to have, adequate staffing levels. Right now, we have 2.5 FTEs at the Active Adult Center, and so when we have situations where somebody's out and we need extra staff resources, we're pulling from the main office. Sometimes full-time staff with other responsibilities are being channeled out there to fill in. And when we end up in peak situations and with other things going on at the main office, the directors answering phones and dealing with customers walking in the door instead of higher priority other things that she should be doing instead. So those are the kind of, quick examples I can give you of, we're staffed for a normal, if everything else is going fine, we could cover the staffing needs at both locations, but when we're short-staffed and peak situations, that's when we have critical shortages, that's when we need the help.
No, thanks, Eric. That helps me understand, the manager's comment is, if that's ranking number one, I can understand that that's the critical needs. So if that is the critical needs is ranking number one, I guess I would support that for sure.
Okay. Susan, thoughts?
I think coming back to the comments during our discussion on planning, I think the agency priorities are important. We're looking just at this one position right now. We're not looking at rankings 2, 3, and 4, correct?
Correct.
This allows for some flexibility for the agency, which I think is also very important given what you said about the needs. So I could support that.
Yeah, my question would be, and again, I'll support the number one here. I know Parks and Rec has been in need of folks for a while. But Eric, if you can answer it, how do the Parks and Rec 4 needs weigh against, what we just talked about for his, MPO and everyone else? Like how heavy, how weighted is their needs versus, another agency?
Generally speaking, the way these are presented to you in the order they're presented is with some variation, the overall priority the agency directors discussed. As you've, in your own conversations tonight, identified, there are compelling arguments to move things up, down, whatever. But we've really, I think there's a lot of support for public safety being a high priority, for taking care of our own staff, especially given the number of staff that are way behind the market. So the things that you're seeing as 1 and 2 are very important across the board for the organization, and likewise with the other priorities. It just gets really hard to compare apples to apples when you're talking about the needs of Parks and Recreation with the needs of the MPO. So
right.
that's why we ended up not formally ranking all of them, but presenting them in the way you're seeing them tonight. Just trying to do the best I can to help navigate that.
Thanks. Yeah, so I support this one because my understanding too is that the demand has gone way up in these 2 areas. And if I look at their 60% administration, that has to deal with, scheduling out, folks that want to go to the camps and things like that, right? Like, so yeah, I understand that the demand has gone way up. So I'm behind number 1. Eric?
Exactly what Justin said, and I've seen it firsthand at the adult center and in the office. And then if we're jumping ahead at 3 and 4, do I see this as 0 impact on our budget?
Oh, yeah, 3 and 4. Well, let's hold off till we see what, since you support 1, let's see what Rich has to say on 1, on the first one.
Right. I pretty much defer to the agency ranking, that they believe that is their top priority.
Okay, thanks. You want to skip over 2, Eric? And go to 3 and 4 first?
We can wait. I jumped the gun. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I would add, though, that I know our folks, College Township residents, value that active adult center and the parks access.
Well,
That's an easy one for me.
Yeah, it's an investment right there in College Township, right? So that's a good point. Okay, let's go to number 2, Susan. 91 through 92 pages. Ranking 2.
No, I see that. It's actually specific to Millbrook Marsh. And I guess I'm not, I don't know enough about staffing at Millbrook Marsh, who's there now and what the needs would be. Is this related at all to the current state of the boardwalk? Is there something compelling in terms of this?
So timing that relates to this particular request is the completion of the Spring Creek Education Building Phase 2 that will be finished later this year, as well as the Welcome Pavilion. That will increase the amount of square footage that needs to be cared for and cleaned and kept ready for visitors, cleaned up after kids are, you know, in and out of the marsh and that sort of thing, visitors coming in and out using the restrooms and so on. And we have outsourced our custodial care at COG facilities. It's not uniform across the board, but within Parks and Recreation, we've had a couple of different providers, and now the current one has been very successful in doing a fine job, but their costs are increasing. And when staff looked at the increased square footage, when these improvements come online later this year, they were concerned that you're almost paying for a full-time staff person through the contract, and then you're only having them come on certain days to clean, and you know, if we had somebody there more often, they could be addressing things that are happening during the day, after camps go through and things like that. They'd also be able to do some of the light maintenance and assist with, because we do have some shared part-time maintenance staff that come in and do the mowing and do fixing and repairs. And if somebody's on site and there's a problem that needs to be fixed, there would be somebody there. That's the rationale behind this one. We got current budget expense for the custodial would be an offset would drop off, and there would be some of that offset savings. Now, I'll note the Facilities Committee is going to be looking later this year at custodial care across all of our facilities, because it is somewhat different. We contract out, we have some in-house, we contract with the borough for the library, so we'll be looking at this, but it will be a while before we phase in and maybe are able to ramp up to having a completely in-house operation for custodial maintenance care.
So there is some offset on the impact of this position. I think looking at this and looking at 4 positions, I'm keen to hear more about 3 and 4, because there is 0 increase in the township. But at this point, I would not support this in looking at the overall requests, so.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, my comments, I would not support this one. I understand it. I'm in support of the general concept of trying to offset costs. However, I would also ask, is that offset cost just based on base salary, right? We bring on an employee, there's more cost than just their base salary on contracting. I'll let you answer that question in a second, but further, and not just on that, further, it's the fact that you had indicated that we don't have a uniform standardized strategy for how we're handling the maintenance. I want to see that first before we go ahead and say, well, we're going to go with parks and hire this person, but meanwhile, we decide we're going to keep contracting over here. I'd like to see a standardization. Go ahead, Eric. Yeah.
So I was just going to note on all of the forms that we have, the standardized forms in the packet, the personnel costs are fully burdened. There's footnotes that explain that. So that was one of the things that was identified as a priority by the executive committee, finance committee earlier this year. So any of the staffing costs, you'll see, salary benefits, all of that sort of thing right there.
Right. Further to clarify, year-over-year costs too, right? And that's best case scenario. If we have an employee that has health issues, right, that incurs further cost. I'll just leave it at that, going to Eric.
No, I agree with what's been said, and I would just offer that what might be helpful in a general sense is if some of these positions were cross-trained so that they could overlap or backfill or fill in other areas. This one seems to be specifically for Millbrook.
Yeah.
I think it would be more appealing to me if it was someone who could fill in in other areas as needs emerge through the course of the year, or where we turned up short because somebody was off on a extended leave or something. But in general, I agree with what Susan and Dustin have said.
Rich?
So this one takes two things in my consideration. One is the Parks Comp study that said, take care of what you got. And we haven't done a very good job of that at a lot of the facilities. And then the second one is, you know, it sounded like a great idea to have a Spring Creek Education Building and all this other expansions and stuff. Now you got to take care of it, and that has a cost every year, ongoing, and everything. Sometimes, like a lot of things, sometimes the building, the project is the easy part. It's maintaining it after that and everything. So in this, and then from my own experience seeing the parks folks just stretched and everything, from the taking care of what we own and our commitment when we move forward with building this building and everything, I support this one. I support this one.
All right.
Let me add to my comment. I would support it if it was a broader, more
I
broadly
agree
defined,
with that. I wanted to add that.
broadly defined position.
Yeah.
That could,
Yeah, it's not honed just to Millbrook. So if there's not work at Millbrook, you just, well, I'm at Millbrook.
Well, yeah, and I think I'm partially the way there too, where I want to take this step further, and I say, you know, like, if we're doing this, and let's go in and have that facilities strategy that says we're doing maintenance in-house and we're cutting all contracts. That's what I would, you know.
No, I get your point,
Yeah.
but I don't see janitorial being resolved in the short term, and it needs taken care of day one. So maybe instead of, so it says a full-time park specialist, one position to be added that shall have a primary of Millbrook,
but
available to all park facilities.
And I think I could just chime in that classification title, Park Specialist 1, is a standard park maintenance employee, and so would have, you know, specific assignment, but can be pulled in. You know, if there was a bigger project at Millbrook, they'd draw in a couple of, 2 or 3 others from the team to come out and help with that project. Likewise, if it's a quiet day at Millbrook, they could be pulled elsewhere. And I think that's kind of inherent in how Jim works and manages the team right now, but I think it's worth noting in your comments.
Yeah, we're reacting specifically to what it says there, and so if we can soften or.
Yeah, I said, well, Anthony hasn't said anything yet.
He started with the priority.
No, I'm sorry, he did start. I lost track, sorry. What I've written down here is, I said, could support a position where more broadly defined, have a primary responsibility at Millbrook, but be available elsewhere, which is basically the definition of the park specialist one anyway. That's what I have here, is that,
Would that position be primary, as Rich noted, for Millbrook? I guess that's where I would focus, because it is in our backyard.
there's that too.
Oh, by the way.
So from a primary perspective, I mean, a couple of things. I would like to see where we're saying the net impact on, you know, that salary, but that's not benefits, but we're comparing it to the current cost of what we're subcontracting. Even though the subcontractors may increase their costs, does it come to that point, or is it in excess of that point to justify it? But because it is in our backyard, I'll lean to note that we do need that, because they did expand the facility and it needs to be maintained from day one. So if that park specialist title where primary maintenance and care would be to Millbrook Marsh, and then to what Eric said, cross-trained everywhere else, I would support it.
Yeah, and because of their the way we operate with our maintenance, we often have somebody assigned with primary responsibility, like at O-Call, for doing things there, but when there are other needs or somebody's off that week, somebody else is filling in. So I think based on whatever the necessary schedule turns out to be, you're gonna have somebody based primarily, this person based primarily at the nature center, taking care of what needs to go on there. If they're needed to help with something else, they would, or if they're on vacation that week, somebody else is gonna come in to take care of the facility and the needs. So being part of a broader team gives you that flexibility.
Bandwidth. Yeah. Eric, just to confirm once again, your net impact dollars includes employer expenses and benefits, proposed.
Correct.
Yes.
So
Okay.
it does, okay.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
I had one question on this. From what's provided to us but not in front of us, when we talk context, and it just came to light on this specific position because we talked about other park specialist ones. Do we have an org chart that's available to see how big CRPR is right now and how many park specialist ones there are and how they're assigned?
I didn't bring it tonight, but it's usually in the detailed budget each year, and so with no additions last year, you'd be able to find that in your copy from last year. It's on the website. I can send you the link.
Is that in the preface too, Eric? The program plan preface? I think there's something.
There's something in there, right? Yeah. But I'm also just looking at Bob's comment there too.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. Any other comments on that? So we can.
I got it.
More
Can
broadly.
support if position were more broadly defined, have a primary responsibility at Millbrook but available elsewhere.
To the overall parks needs, yeah.
All right, so rankings 3 and 4, these are the ones, we'll let Eric go first since he wanted to just talk about these, so he's excited.
Yeah, I just wondered why there was no
Yeah.
cost.
Because ATB said no.
Yeah. That's the proposed ATB increase.
Oh,
Yeah. Now, again, that's another element that could be included next year. I could cost all these out.
Oh, I see.
I just based it off what
Your
my
recommendation.
comment was.
I
right?
got you.
Based on the number above ballpark 12.5,
Right,
if it was approved.
right. Yeah, similar to, so the 66,000 above
Yeah,
is 11,600.
11,600, I
Yep,
just
yep. exactly.
Escalated a little bit.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Eric. Go.
Well, like Rich, I've seen the staff stretch to the max. We added Oak Hall, we're about to add Whitehall. I mean, at some point you gotta add people. But I'm not familiar enough with how many people they have, what they're doing, where they're going. So I can only rely on what's here. And what I see, which is there's a lot of things that don't get done at parks that probably should get done. Is the cost to College Township and the municipalities worth getting those things done? I don't really know. That's a tough one.
But is it a coordinator or the not getting things done, do we need more park specialists?
Yeah,
And again, the ranking from the agency indicates that it's a coordinator.
Yeah.
It's not a second or a third park specialist, but
Right.
it's a coordinator.
But is it a coordination issue or is it a labor?
Well-
I don't know that.
That's what we don't know.
Yeah, so I could go either way on this.
To your point, like, we know when you're talking facility maintenance, like, that's a tangible asset that needs it no matter what, right? Is there a process issue with coordination?
Yes, that one is
versus-
much harder to
Yeah.
evaluate if the investment depends on how good they are at coordinating, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
I really don't know, and it's 10:20, and I'm running out of steam.
Rich, we'll move to you. I
How do
know.
I follow that?
Yeah. This is a tough lift, too.
No, it's a very difficult thing. We can point to a study that says we need these kind of things. A couple things factor into my mind is we just got a new Parks Agency director. And, you know, even though she was with us for a while before that, and the job she did as an interim was just absolutely commendable. Has she been able to get her arms around this? Point number one. Point number two, it is still a dollar policy decision that needs to be factored into all of this. Something that, I mean, and I'm sorry, I don't have this one off the top of my head. Is that the net impact, is that for 6 months of the individual in the position, or 12, or something in between?
So there's a couple variables there. One, I will, just for the benefit of everyone, I know Rich knows this and the others may remember that about a year and a half ago, there was a staffing study done for Parks and Recreation. It identified a whole bunch of new positions and some organizational shifting and changes. And that was kind of put on hold through the budget process last year. And as we approach the budget process this year, the interim Parks and Recreation director, who is now the director, worked closely with staff to try and only put forward really high priority requests, not the 8 or 9 or 10 that were not funded last year that might still be on the list this year, but really zero in on what the critical needs were. There are two offsets here. One, there is a budgeted part-time rec aide that has been available but not been able to be filled. We haven't found somebody that wants to work those limited hours that has that skill set. So there's some savings in the budget unutilized right now. There's also anticipated some revenue, not much, but some revenue to offset this position. So that's why it's a small net change.
Right.
No red light.
There we go. I just have to turn them on. Oh, not.
I don't think they're turned, oh, there they go.
Yeah. The little buttons.
You're good, Rich, you got the red.
I'm red.
They have to be unmuted.
You're red.
I'm red.
Oh,
We're good.
Now it's on. No? There.
There you go.
there we go.
Nice.
All right. Okay.
Good work.
It has a battery going.
Good work.
Wake up, everybody.
That's good.
Small button.
Yeah, how many times I have to hit it?
There you go.
Ah, all right. Well, thank goodness I'm online.
All right, so that short recess, please continue. If you have any questions, Rich? Any further?
No, I had the question, it comes down to, like I said, every one of these can be justified.
Yeah.
It's just when taken into totality, there has to be some lines here. And
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah, I mean, is it, for the sake of time, you know, is it, I mean, are we kind of, and I'll get to you guys and let your comments, are we honing around, hey, you know, we have to draw a line and we can only support so many positions for Parks and Rec, and maybe these last two are not supported? You know, just because they ranked them, not, you know, specifically, but that's where they're ranked. You know, Anthony, after adding my comments there, go ahead, please.
No, I agree with what's been said. I'm sure everything here can be justified. It's where do we draw a line? there are certain things out there, or can we wait for these things? I guess I'm indifferent with it.
Yeah. Susan?
Well, I'm thinking about this like triage now. And I think we need to support the staff salaries, and I think we need to support public safety. And I think everything is justifiably supportable here. Nothing shouldn't be done, but I don't think we can do everything. Therefore, I do think that these two positions in a triage situation are the positions that we could let go for another year and reconsider over time, reconsider. And I think the point was well taken that our new director has been doing a lot as the interim director, but this is something she'll need some time to get her arms around as well. So I wouldn't support these two positions at this time.
Further comments? Do you have?
Well, I just wish I knew context.
Yeah.
It keeps coming back to that. If we don't support the position, is the grass at Whitehall going to be knee-high before it gets cut? Those kinds of things. So without that, I'll go with the consensus of the group.
Yeah.
Because we don't know that.
I feel the same. I do.
Well, yeah.
If there's strong feelings to not support it, that's fine with me. I just, again, I wish I had something more to.
I think the context is important. I keep coming back as I think it through, that at some point we have to make a decision outside of context too, and public safety, staff support, those are important. So, but again, this is my first pass around this.
I would offer that the context is part of the decision.
It is,
drawing
it
the
absolutely
line.
is.
So I'm fine with whatever we agree on this one, without knowing what the impact would be if we didn't hire this person. I can't offer an opinion.
Other than on dollar, yeah. But interestingly, I support the fourth positions, going back to, we've made the commitment to build this park.
Yeah.
And so now we have to maintain this park.
But to your point, I would have expected that to be higher in the ranking.
I think I would have too.
Yeah.
And then when I look at the impact, 18.7, it's about $3,000 to College Township. So now the park's in Ferguson Township, but for the same argument, either way, it's a regional park. Our residents are definitely going to use it. So with that, I guess I'm offering a little contrarian in that I could support the.
Can we get a consensus maybe, regardless, there's four positions, regardless of which exactly one, with a little bit more context, but can we safely say consensus-wise at this time without the context, maybe just two, regardless of the ranking? I mean, are we safe to say that? Is everybody kind of in a consensus with that we could support two positions?
Yeah, I can.
I'm safe with that.
I guess, in the spirit of compromise, I
Yeah,
guess.
I mean, that's kind of, that's what I'm trying to achieve.
Minimum of two.
Yeah, minimum of
minimum
two.
of two.
Yeah, minimum of two. And unless, given, and I'll add this comment, unless given some, greater context that, hey, Parks and Rec, they're weighted a little more heavily, versus something else.
And this goes back to some departments, number 4 might actually be more important than another department's number 2.
Yes.
And we don't, and it may be because we built the darn park and we're trying to catch up. So the
Yeah.
top 4 are actually more important than the second one in another department.
Good point.
Yeah.
We don't know
That's a
that.
really
Yeah.
good point.
It's hard to gauge, it's hard for us to gauge that.
Well, I mean, I'm sensing that, we have, I think we've reached consensus with the information we have. That's what I'm sensing.
So, not supporting agency ranking number 3, not supporting agency ranking number 4.
Not necessarily. I think with the caveat of we're supporting two positions regardless of the ranking. And if the ranking changes, the ranking changes.
Right, and then the other thing, the timing of execution can factor in this. I know COG staff has done a good job of this in the past, of, okay, this is gonna be in the second half of the year or something, to smooth the financial ramifications.
They already have, right?
I think they're saying to go back and look.
Was that, okay, so Anthony helped me to understand We support 2 positions. We don't care which 2 out of the 4 that they fund.
I don't know that I can say that.
Okay.
I think if I had to take 2 positions at this point based on the discussion, they're all important positions, and to your point, take care of what you have.
Yeah.
But I don't know that we can fund every request from every agency at this point without the context and understanding in the absence of that context at this point, I would be comfortable saying position 1 and position 2.
And that's where you're most comfortable with, just trusting on the
this point.
staffs. Anthony, anything to say? on
Unless we have context.
No, I would agree with that, in the sense that we don't have the context, and that's where I was, just
Yeah.
summarizing with Adam. We fund 2 positions, identified critical needs, so obviously there was ranking number 1, there was ranking number 2. But if when I saw Whitehall Road, I was just kind of surprised, because it's not like it was a surprise that we would need staff for Whitehall Road, and it's
Yeah.
just appearing as number 4 here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was the ranking given us. I can get behind that for a spirit of compromise, Rich.
No, this
Yeah.
is not the first time this has happened
Yeah.
in not just the COG, but a lot of government entities. It's like, okay, yeah, we did it, now we gotta take care of it.
It's
You know?
there.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the only the beginning of it.
And it is almost there. Have you been
Yeah.
by?
I know,
Yeah, it
I know,
looks
I saw
beautiful.
it today. I saw it today.
Beautiful.
I wanted to just start walking around, but I thought I might get yelled at, so,
You would.
yeah.
They hired Guido and,
Well, yeah, not to complicate this further,
but
but I'm
you would.
about to.
But you
All
would.
right,
I mean, to be honest, we have said, council has said that they support position 1 or ranking 1, ranking 2. Ranking 1 is 67,158, ranking 2, 66,395. And I just heard everybody say, gee, we really need to take care of what we have. How about you agree to fund position number, ranking number 4 position and just leave off number 3? Because number
That's
3,
what yeah. But I don't know.
but
that we have
nobody said
consent.
that.
Yeah, somebody did.
Okay.
But it needs to be a consensus.
Yeah. I mean, in the spirit of funding what we have, 4 would be a higher priority in that than 3. What we said was we don't know what a coordinator brings to
I get it.
taking care of what we have.
All right.
Because of what Dustin said, it's not, it's not as tangible. It's a skill set that we're hiring more than a body 40 hours a week of
it's like,
labor.
yeah, they're managing a process, they're coordinating a process, and it's a lot harder to quantify that.
But I would support that just to get us off the dime here, and it's easily justifiable based, it's easier to justify.
I'll support that, I can support that. Susan?
I can support that.
Anthony?
Yep.
See, you actually simplified it, you didn't.
And Rich already supports that.
Yeah.
No, he's going back.
Now I'm gonna change it now. Why? Because I can.
Because you can.
All right, so
You got it?
support that
2 and 4.
under
1, 2,
the
4.
auspices to take care of what we have.
1, 2, 4.
And under number 3, ranking number 3 is need context to make a determination.
Everybody has to do their own coordinating.
Could I ask that we use this as an opportunity to hit it home about when we commit to these
Yeah.
growth projects, that we also are committing to the maintenance
Yeah.
and support of them. And that needs to be factored into these decisions better than it has historically.
Operating costs. for
Yes,
Good
5
time to
years
do that.
ongoing
out.
operating
Yeah.
costs, yes.
You've done a good job making that point.
Well,
I think so.
somebody used to be the chair of the facilities committee. So that was some guy's bad idea, actually, but now we got
To create the facilities
Yeah,
committee.
now we got a good guy, now we got a good guy.
All right, so the next section is the anticipated proposed non-capital studies and consultants. I mean, this is exactly, I'll start this one out. This is exactly the $150,000 to be added to the 2024 budget to support the development of the COG master facility plan. Like, I absolutely 100% agree. Yes, it needs done. I am a plan guy. I'm a master plan guy. I would support this hands down. Let's go left, go with Susan.
Yes, planning is important. I'm not sure I understand why $150,000, why that expense. I don't think that means I don't want to support the development of the plan, I just have no sense of the cost and what it takes and what that funds and who gets paid and what they do.
So I would draw a quick comparison to the earlier conversation we had about the MPO and the staffing and the consulting. We have a COG facility project manager who is mostly for the past 6 months, 8 months, been focused on just getting Whitehall Road built and finished. And we'll be back to supporting the COG Facilities Committee in doing master planning, and they started that process early in the year, and she got waylaid by the park project. We're anticipating that she and the committee will do a lot of the work of the staffing, but we'll need consulting dollars to help, and not in one lump sum probably, but maybe some engineering or some space planning or some other sorts of consulting. So we probably won't need the whole $150 or $150,000, and not in a whole big chunk, probably small chunks along the way.
I think that would help me if that were made more clear, that's not the full outlay.
Any other questions, comments, Susan?
9 months, 10 days, and a wake-up when she started working on the projects, just FYI.
Anything else, Susan?
Nope.
Anthony?
I, again, was surprised to see this here. Yes, short answer is yes. And I say to my surprise, I thought it would happen sooner. That's all.
It followed the pedestrian master plan path.
That's to my surprise. It's not that I'm in opposition. My surprise is I thought it would have been there sooner.
Oh, it's coming back to you. It's a Groundhog Day already. Yeah.
But it's, yes.
Rich?
I support this. Again, as Mr. Wong said, yes, it's time. It's been beyond time. The only thing I guess I would like to know if it's grounded in reality, because a lot of times we put these things on the budget or on the timeline, but do we have the capacity to support it? And I would only offer that we're going to have both of these projects done by the end of this year, and but then there's going to be some time to grow into this. I kind of look at it similar to the parks governance, that we didn't put all the money in the first. We needed to figure out what we needed to figure out before we put all the money in there. And so this is one that I guess I'm committed to the 150 potentially, but I could see it more realistically being split between 24 and 25.
And so would I. We didn't put any money in this year's budget because we anticipated that there would be a lot of the groundwork being laid and created by the committee and the staff. That didn't happen, so this number was put in as an initial estimate, but if it's 50,000 this year and more next, 50 in 24 and maybe more in the future years if necessary, we could support a smaller number. I don't think Kathy really had the time to, especially because the committee has not completed the work far enough to identify what the specific needs are. It's hard to identify a price tag of what we really need and the exact consulting services that would be needed.
Thanks, Eric. Eric?
Yeah, it's going to move as fast as the facility members are willing to commit the time.
Yeah.
We talked about maybe special meetings dedicated to just developing the the process. So, yeah, it could, but it needs to happen.
Yeah.
We're big now, we're adults, COG's an adult now, and a lot of assets.
It's growing up.
Yeah, I mean, what,
We blinked and it got big.
Yeah.
it's a responsible thing to do.
Okay. All right, so the next section, we have consensus there. 5-year staffing and study plan comments. Yeah, do you want to talk about this as I just see our staff comments just a little bit if you can, Adam? Yeah.
Well, I just made some generic comments here on a
Okay.
couple of the points that were part of the staffing plan. First was grant writer administrator. And the observation was that if the position provides grant writing and assistance to all COG agencies, the position may make perfect sense. And again, I'm not entirely sure. I think that's partly the intent, if not wholly the intent. And I used as an example something that we had talked about previously. You know, for example, this position could be used by the planning agency to assist in the development of the transportation grants. So that, you know, there are synergies. There is momentum by having some of these positions. You know, they can be used across agencies to provide support. The other comment was with respect to the deputy executive director. I absolutely agree on the need, but who's lining up to fund it is basically my biggest question. And I don't mean College Township, I mean all the collective municipalities. Are they going to get behind that kind of a position and funding that kind of position at the level it would need to be funded at? So those are my quick comments on that.
Susan, comments on 5-year staffing study plan?
I think Adam's comments stand, honestly. I think having that grant writer be someone available to do grant writing across the COG. And
Yeah.
I can see the need, you just said it, the COG is all grown up and it probably needs other people to help administer it, so.
Anthony, anything additional?
Nothing to add.
Rich?
Just a general comment that I appreciate that we're starting to look beyond, you know, the year right in front of us. And so we're starting to get a window of those kind of things, and staff's getting a perspective of, you know, where are the reinforcements coming from, and you can have these discussions over a period of time and work towards a consensus on stuff. The grant writer, I mean, I think it's a grant world. It goes back to Eric's comment about opportunity. I mean, there's so many pots of money out there, and, you know, they're not all being tapped. You know, the deputy executive director, I mean, we ended up with an assistant manager report because we decided we needed one of those kind of people, you know, but, so it's a matter of when. It's a matter of when. And the big thing, we gotta take care of the existing first and everything, but we're talking 2025. Conceptually, I have no issue with it.
Eric?
Agree with Adam's comment on grant writer. I'll defer my comment on deputy executive director till we get to the next page. But I will add, though, that sometimes taking care of the staff you have means adding more staff to support them.
That's correct.
And lessening the load on them.
Oh, that's a very good comment. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have anything additional to add on the 5-year staffing. Conceptually, it's there, I agree. All right, so let's move on to additional miscellaneous municipal comments. We have, just, you know, if you want to speak to the comments that are left by our staff, we'll go back around the ring. We'll start with you, Eric.
I would expect all those comments from Bob. Don't necessarily agree with them, but I respect the comments and the thoughts. I will comment on the last one, though. COG looks for ways to reduce the amount of time of staff dedicated to developing the CIP, the PP, and the detailed budget and summary budget. These documents eat up a lot of time, eat up a ton of staff time, and would be better utilized. I agree, but look at tonight. Erica sat here for 4 hours, times 7 municipalities, I mean, unless we change the process, what is he gonna, this is the process we've set up. So I agree wholeheartedly with Bob, but that is something I think within our control, more so than his.
And this is the process that has been developed to get it done with all those varying opinions and everything like that. And that's unfortunate.
It may be a necessary evil to get 32 elected officials to agree on something.
We had the same discussion about fund balance policy. You know, if we can't reach consensus, how the hell's COG supposed to? You know, and everything. So we don't have consensus among our members. Anyway, sorry.
Anything else?
No.
Rich?
No, I agree. Some of these I think don't rise to the need of program plan comments. But you know, Eric's point on the last one is spot on. You know, some of these I see as potential finance committee recommendations, and I'll capture those and bring them back.
I would not, just to interject here, I wouldn't anticipate anything that you see here in front of you in this matrix right now being conveyed to COG as official College Township comments in any way, shape, or form.
No, we understand that, unless we say, yes, put that in there.
Exactly,
So we're not,
well, I think, if you agree with something here enough to make it a comment.
Yeah, that's why I wanted us to review it to, I guess, thanks for the clarity. You know, for instance, like your last comment, Adam, I think I would actually want to forward on the fire and life safety inspectors. You know, as a council comment. I fully support that comment. I think it needs to be in there. Which I think is recognized. You're just beating the drum a little bit more.
and I agree with that, but the yellow highlighted ones,
Yeah.
good information, but I don't, you know,
They don't rise.
they don't rise to that level, yeah.
Yeah, and if there's, I mean, and also your opportunity as council members to bring in additional comment, you know, if you want, at almost 11 o'clock tonight. Your brain's working that way. Anthony, anything?
Nothing to add to what's been said. I mean, I would say the council comment, the last one about the fires.
Susan?
Agree that the fire and safety comment should be a council comment. And just to the point about Mr. Long's comment on the process, as the newest member of council, not the newest, I know, the least experienced member of council. So as the least experienced member of council coming on, this has been very confusing to me at times, and Rich, you made the comment when you stepped down from your chairmanship of the General Forum that democracy is messy, but COG democracy is very messy. And I remember that, and I think it's important. I think one of the reasons I was appointed to council was because I do have a different perspective, having not ever served in municipal government. And this is challenging. This is very hard. It's only coming to me in pieces how the program plan works and why that's important. So I would be in favor of anything that simplifies that on some level. I just can't wrap my head around how that would happen yet. But I want to also say how much I appreciate the COG staff, the agency directors, and the work that you're all doing. As I learn this process and I see what COG is about and the work that we do at the regional level, I'm very appreciative.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting what Eric, you know, you started said, everybody's saying, I agree with Susan on this, you know, we sit here and it's our job, right? And we have to do this with these policy decisions and go through and say, oh, you know, like all these staff cost a lot of money, but we've created a process and an organization that requires a lot of staff, right? You know, we have these processes that aren't ironclad, that aren't standardized, and what you end up doing is you end up being staff heavy. So, you know, that's just the nature of the beast at this point, and it's fully in our control, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so, okay. NB2, does anybody else want to talk about anything else at NB2, or are we good to move on?
Now, real
It's still
quick,
raining, we want to keep Eric dry.
real quick, if you want to change the process, 2 words, one of which is hyphenated, multi-year budgeting. You want to make an inroad in the amount of time, that's the only practical way to begin to try to address it. It likely will be more complicated than what you're doing right now.
You think?
No, but I mean, you know, biannual budget processing
Yeah.
is, you know, theoretically an option.
Have you heard that from anybody else?
Makes sense.
Not that specific suggestion, but the concern is valid. We've tried, Joe and I, and now the Refresh team, as we're bringing on new folks, we've been trying to improve the budget process because when I first got here, July and August and most of September was nonstop budget preparation. We've spread that out more, so it's over a longer time period, so we can get other things done along with it. But it's really a long and intensive process, and you know, if I seem tired, it's because it's been 4 night meetings like this week and 2 last week. So one of the things we've tried to do is respond to the requests of the municipalities to get data together and accelerate the process. So here we are in July without some of the things we need from the municipalities and others to calculate COG formulas. So we don't have that done yet. We have a couple of other things we're still missing. And because you all only have 1 meeting a month in July, most of the municipalities do, that's why this is all crammed into 1 week. So we're trying to respond, but it's going to be a team effort, and I think that's kind of what's been implied in your various comments, that we're going to have to work together to figure out what you want and need and how we can supply that, whether it's a multi-year. We tried to make this program plan simpler this year with more data and a little bit more streamlined. Turned out it's about the same number of pages, but it's just a little different format. But we're all about continuously improving how we do things and trying to be responsive. But with everything else we've got going on, it's hard to keep changing as well at the same time while we're trying to keep up.
Wait, Eric, you can't just stop operations while you do budget work?
No, we have to keep doing recruitments and hiring and
Parks projects.
And building, finishing things, and so. But I appreciate, to all the comments from Susan, I appreciate the thoughtful consideration and dialogue that y'all had here tonight and the questions, and I appreciate the relationship we have with College Township. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thanks
Mr.
for
Chair,
coming.
just one alibi. Because you have made some structural changes to the program plan, can we offer any feedback on those?
That's what your other comment thing is for.
The other comments, your additional
Under
comments.
other comments, can we make comments? And like the budget form, I think was a good addition. It helps you analyze the financial impacts, because historically, we would generally just get philosophical stuff, you know, and how do we say no? Yeah, that makes sense. But now we put a financial face to it. And I think that's a valuable tool going forward that we should reinforce. And
Got
share.
it? Any others?
Spoken like our finance committee rep.
Yeah. He's in it.
Well, he's in the private,
Yeah.
real world,
Yeah.
his day job, so.
Is there anything you want us to say nice about you? Or-
Commitment.
Thank you.
If anybody thinks of anything
Thank you.
before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, let me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that might have something to do at 11 o'clock at night.
All right, let's move on. NB3, this is gonna be a quick one.
It is.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks,
You already
Eric.
saw the trailer for this one, so,
Been here
as
before.
noted under the manager's report, we are pursuing 2 separate grants 1.5 million for transportation alternative set aside, and 1 million for CFA multimodal. We've been working with State College Borough through their consulting agreement with Delta to do this. So Delta's done a lot of the heavy lift, at least initially. In order to apply for the MTF grant, we really need two things tonight. One is a resolution basically showing your intent and support of the project, and that's attached as the first attachment to this memo. And the second is the letter of funding commitment indicating College Township's commitment of up to $800,000 in local matching funds. As you recall from previous grant applications, that number hasn't changed. While the overall project number has changed, we're going after more grant funding through two different grant pots. The $800,000 number from College Township has not shifted. Actually, it may have gone down a little bit. So not a increase in that area. So, the actions requested this evening are approval of the resolution as well as the funding commitment letter of $800,000.
Okay, so we got two actions requested, and we'll immediately go into discussion before we do any motions. Go ahead, Rich.
Just procedural questions.
Yeah.
Do you need separate motions for each item?
That was my assumption, yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll just handle it in essentially 1 and 2. We'll talk about resolution. We'll just talk about your questions first, but we'll just need two
I have no
different
questions.
Go ahead. You have any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay. Eric? I have nothing. Susan?
Nothing.
None.
All right, well,
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Resolution R-23-20.
do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of Resolution R-23-20, say aye. Please.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. All right, we have a second commitment. Does anyone want to discuss commitment? Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to commit local match funding of $800,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Say nay. No opposed.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Eric. Okay, we have staff informants, information only. Does staff want to bring anything up at this point in the night?
Nothing under staff informatives.
Does council have any questions about staff informatives? Okay. Council staff, other matters, anything else? We go to the order.
Point of information, the Brandywine, the paving of Brandywine should be undertaken any day now. And when that happens, that will complete the long-awaited connection from the Fieldstone neighborhood and the vicinity of the middle school to the other side of Brandywine. And there will be 2 speed humps installed in that area too, as per plans that were approved in 1894.
1994?
1894.
Yeah.
I'm all in favor of the speed humps.
All right, that is everything on our agenda. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
All right, we're adjourned.